So welcome back to Bristol, everybody, and what an opening match we've just witnessed. Corey Wiltshire losing out to Craig Devlin. We've had a 1-5-1, we had a 1-2-4, we had a near miss on a 1-2-2. Brilliant performance from Devlin, and Corey Wiltshire playing well in defeat, and certainly can take a lot of confidence as he moves into the afternoon for event number 8. But our second match has a mouth-watering clash written all over it. The banging form Alfie O'Brien of Wales taking on one of the hot prospects of the JDC, Kaya Basel, JPL star, and one of the fancied runners to be top of the tree come the end of the 20 events. So the formalities and the fist pumps are underway. Our second live match. And it's Kaya who has the advantage of throw in the opening leg, and of course the all-important one if it goes the distance. And judging by yesterday's performance of Alfie, if Kaya wipes his feet on any doubles, Alfie's just the man to take his doubles out or his checkouts out, because he was ruthless on that range from between 80 to 100 yesterday. His timing was absolutely outstanding. So 12 darts done and dusted, 165. Just been having a chat with one of my youngsters who's going to be accompanying us in the commentary box for the next one, Dylan Moss. Another young talent with a wise head on his young shoulders. Be interesting to get his insight into the darts. Knows a lot of the youngsters. So Alfie not at the races in this opening leg, but again, he won't panic in a best of 7. But Kaya wanted 32 to take it out. Of course, with Mitchell Laurie having so much success, but Kaya's a very good friend with Mitchell, and they both seem to push each other along in a positive manner. Of course, there's rivalry on the hockey, but a very relaxed and friendly pair away from the hockey. A bit like with Owen Bryceland and Mitchell Laurie north of the border. By playing amongst quality operators, the level that these are at, they're only going to bring each other on, aren't they? And double 2 is taken out, and it's not very often you'll see Kaya Basel throwing 25 darts to win a leg, but all importantly, it is a winning leg. A run to a semi-final yesterday for Alfie O'Brien. And as me and Paul Nicholson were discussing on Friday night at the JPL, it's a beautiful watches for the Kaya Basel throw, isn't it? When you see the darts go landing the board, they're landing very true, don't they? As you'd expect from a WDF senior champion. Hungarian Classic was the youngest ever player until Laurie came along. Took that record from Luke Littler by winning over in Hungary. And as we say, the Northwest is full of talent. And when you look at leaderboards and competitions that are going on there, open competitions, Kai is one of the hot favourites at every event he goes to now. Big up to the Burnley Massive. Whenever I think of Burnley, though, I always think of the in-betweeners. Superb take. And from 25 darts, it's reduced to 15 darts in the second leg. And it's a timely break. He has the advantage in leg number 3. He's halfway to victory. Is Kaya. As we say, Alfie's run yesterday, he had some decent runs, didn't he? A 75.9 running average for the tournament. That's after 6 events, remember. Plus 9 leg difference, 13th on the order of merit. And Kaya was second, and he's down to 4th after yesterday. When you speak to Kaya and you speak to Mitchell following defeats yesterday, and I admire the honesty when you're talking to them as well, because they just say I didn't play well all day, and the straight as you like with it. It's not about excuses or reasons why. It's just that they weren't on the A game, or they weren't, and you've the strength and depth of the Advanced Tour. If you're not on your A game, then you're very vulnerable to get beaten no matter who you are. But the beauty, like you say, for our youngsters, there's always a tournament or there's always an event just around the corner. 15 dart, break a throw, followed by potential 17 dart, break a throw back. 2 15s. It was a big visit in the context of this match. And 2 darts missed opportunities there for Alfie O'Brien. And they were the type of darts yesterday that he was nailing and punishing. But a 3-0 deficit if Kaya's hits the double eight, which he does first dart. It's one-way traffic, and it's a difficult task from here for Alfie. It's a brilliant treble 20. But as we know, double 15 either goes or it can be tricky. Breathing space for Kaya. He's already technically wrestled the advantage of throw away here. Again, people going about averages, and in the early rounds in particular, it's all about getting through the matches. Averages don't mean a thing. And often the first round match is the most difficult to win. And then you feel like you're in the competition then. Well, I was mightily impressed yesterday with Alfie O'Brien. his composure and his ruthlessness on his checkouts. But he's going to have to produce some magic here. Kaya first to a finish on 140. And he's got a chance of landing it. Brilliant second dart. 2/10 to wrap things up. A brilliant 140 to wrap things up in style. Kaya Basel whitewashes Alfie O'Brien. But 140 checkout shows that Kaya Basel is certainly one of the top dogs and front runners in event number 7. We've had some beautiful finishes so far, haven't we? With Craig Devlin's 151, Corey Wiltshire's 124, Kaya Basel's 140. Stay with us, folks. We've got another first round match coming right up. Back to the action and back to an opening round contest. 2 belters so far. And now we've got Alfie or Flynn Rogers, who takes on the JDC world number 1. 20 events in 2025, and who stood tallest above everybody else but Turgal Kilaralku. Our Mongolian friend who pipped Ryan Brantley to top spot in what was a thrilling final weekend in Coventry. A new campaign, a new venue here in Bristol at Hangar 61, the future of youth darts. And Turgal is away with a 180. What an average already. Alongside me, please welcome Dylan Moss. Dylan, welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, it's still morning. Morning, everyone. Turgal's on a 9. Some way to start his day this would be. Oh, and he snatched the 6 dart into the 1.
Dylan, you can come more often if we're going to see darts like this.
Great start.
So what have you seen so far then, Dylan, around the boards?
I've been around the boards. I've just seen Leo Howard defeat Taylor James Harding for his first win of the weekend, 4-1. A solid performance from Leo.
Yeah, that's a tough match, that really, isn't it? I mean, that could go either way on paper.
Neck and neck game, really. As is this one, really, on paper. Alfie's played probably his best JDC darts, in my opinion, that I've ever seen from Alfie. Tops for a 12 darter, break a throw as well. And it's that high, we can't even see it. But don't put this past Alfie. If that first dart was in the treble at the top wire, just below where that was, he'd have had a great chance of getting that.
Yeah, and normally when you see darts that go so high with Turgal as well, it's normally if you have an extra dart, they normally land into the second dart. Yeah. And we see a great marker, don't we? But
it's curse.
Yeah, Alfie with a chance then from out the clouds. See, he wants double net. Yeah, and I think sometimes it's right to stay there, isn't it, if you've got a marker on that one.
Especially when, in hindsight, on paper, like you say, you're probably not going to come back. So an awkward double is better than no double in that case. Ben Townley currently 3-2 up on Archie South. In the game against the Cook brothers, Lewis has took a 3-2 lead as that game is just coming to a close. Although there's a good chance that's going to go to a last leg.
And how good was Alfie yesterday? Blew the field away, wasn't he?
He played Turgal yesterday, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure he beat Turgal in the last 16 of Event 2 yesterday. And on throw, he was so consistent. He was out in 18 or less, I think, pretty much every time. And when you win the ball up, it's hard to defeat someone like that.
Yeah, with 2 treble visits regular, it means that you've got to be throwing a 12, haven't you? And
it does.
And Turgal is Mr. Consistent, as we know from over the last few years. Very, very strays outside the 20. But that 15 to 18 range is kind of the comfort zone for our top boys, isn't it? Unless you, like I say, Alfie Cook yesterday, who went on an absolute stormer.
Stormy, ain't it?
No pun intended.
Nearly saw another 180 there from Turgal.
Yeah, and Turgal, like I say, came into the Advanced Tour, and people were whispering that he's not in the best of form, but he reached the final of event number 4. He's finding his feet in the JPL, got his first point on Friday night.
Good last start to the tops. As Alfie will look to apply some pressure with. He needs a treble at least to get to a finish. He's not going to get that, so it's still another 6 for Turgal. But last time he had comfort, he messed around with the tops, and he let Alfie get down, and then he slapped it as soon as Alfie got down, and it's looking like it might happen again. And this time he's gone low, so he'll have to go down to the 10s on his return, but he could have some pressure on it if Alfie can find a treble. But even not, it's just scoreboard pressure. He's left 129, which is a doable finish. It's only 1 treble.
Turgal, very much a tops and 10s merchant, proves it once again.
And you wouldn't know if he's hit a 180 or 26.
Absolutely, and it's credit to him, isn't it? And when you're playing someone who's relentlessly straight and accurate as Turgal is, over the course of a short format, medium format, long format, you know, you've got to show a lot of mental resilience, haven't you, just to keep tabs with him.
he's 81, but when you take away his missed doubles, that'd be in the 90s easily. And he's only missed doubles when Alfie's not been on a finish. As soon as Alfie's on a finish, he's took it out. The only chance Alfie's been getting was that 158, and he had that dart at double 9, which was a good effort for the double 9. It weren't miles away. But when you're playing players like Turgle's in for his second 180 and he gets it, you have to be hitting more than just 60s and tons. And Alfie was flying in this leg before Turgle hit that 180, and he's still in the lead after that last start. He's a treble ahead, so, but a third 180, sorry, he's not going to get it. Where's he going to leave? He'll leave that 118, which is in his finishing range. Don't put it past him. He's going to get a shot because Alfie can't take out this 160. Where's he going? He's gone bull. Because if he switched downstairs, it would have left a 3 dart, unless you've got treble 17 bull. But 18 for tops for Turgle for a ton topper. Tops it is. He's had plenty of practice. And that's why 3-0 lead, 1 away from the victory. Bumps that average up to the late 80s, as we were saying. And Alfie's going to need something amazing if he's going to come back and win this.
Yeah, as we say, Dylan, averages don't mean a thing. It's about progressing through to the next round. But 88 with them missed doubles, they would have certainly been in the high 90s, wouldn't he? And Alfie, as we say, yeah, you came through the foundation tour, qualifying school.
Yeah, debut on the Advanced Tour this year. He was at Q School this year. He got it through the Order of Merit. It was a solid performance from Alfie. He was picking them points up in every comp. It was a 2 or 3 points in every comp, and when you
consistency,
there wasn't an amazing run, but then there wasn't any early exits from Alfie, so he deserves to be here, and he's shown why this weekend. He's just had a bit of an off game here against Turgle, but when your opponent's hitting 140s, 180s, it can knock your not your confidence, but your playing ability just that tiny bit. But Alfie's played really well here. He's not giving up. He's straight in that treble. And he's getting to 180 of his own.
Yeah, fair play. Fair play, Alfie.
His throw is so straight for Alfie. It's robotic.
We were talking about relentless Robbie Long, who won the Money In, Money Out tournament last night following the 2 events. And I watched Alfie at the previous weekend, and he went on to win that one. And I watched a few of his games. I was very impressed with what I saw from stood behind him. Like I say, he's got a Rolls Royce accent.
Turgle finds his back ton plus checkouts to win this game with a 91 average. Alfie just shy of an 80 average there. But it's not all about the averages. That was a dominant performance from Turgle. The only chance that he gave Alfie was at double 9, and Alfie just missed it. So this game finishes in 4-0.
Yeah, brilliant, Dylan. And like I say, the 118 certainly had his number. But then to follow it in with a 144, fantastic way to finish. We had a 140 checkout from Kaya Basel in the match previous. We had a 151 from Devlin in the opening match, and a 124 from Corey Wilshire. I can't wait for the next match, can you?
Can't let you know which game we are going to see on the stream. And the game that we're going to see on the stream next is a round 2 match, I think. If my phone wants to work.
Yeah, we've had some quality opening round matches, so we will dip our toes into the round of 32. So stay with us, folks, because we will have a match upcoming in the next few minutes.
And it will be Arthur Alston and Owen Bryceland.
Owen Bryceland and Arthur Alston. Yeah, that'll be a cracker. Stay with us, folks, a couple of minutes away. Welcome back to the action, folks. And as promised, Arthur Alston against Owen Bryceland. The formalities, the handshakes are over. And alongside me is Rochdale's finest, Dylan Moss.
Back, everybody. Hope you had time to make a quick brew in that break. Because of how quick these two are, he's straight in Owen Bryceland with a 180. Look at that average.
Exactly what Turtle did in the last match.
It's raining maximums. And Arthur's just hitting them 2 treble visits. No 9-darter for Owen.
Yeah, you get the feeling that this is going to be potentially, average-wise, they're both going to bounce off each other, aren't they? And it's going to be a massive game this from both players, because the both players will respect each other's game and know what both players are capable of.
And you feel it'll be a close game because in 2024 they both came through the same order of merit, and Arthur topped the Foundation Tour, which got him his tour card, and Owen finished 5th on the Foundation Tour, and it got him his tour card because Jack Howarth was too old to claim a tour card, as Arthur looks to open with a 5-visit leg, and he does, 14-dart leg, great start. And Owen only actually played 2 weekends that year because of his age. He only just turned 10, the youngest tour card holder that we've had, as he looks to get a spot in the last 16. He's already won a game today. Arthur has not won a game, with there only being 63 entrants, with Quinn Sneebar not being here this weekend. There is a player that gets a bye in each competition, and Arthur was the lucky man. But would you rather play?
That's a big question, that, yeah. I think I'd rather have a game under my belt, yeah.
I feel like it just gives you player that edge, but not from what we're seeing here. But then when we say that, they'll be used to having them buys, because on the Foundation Tour, obviously it's odd numbers, so some people get buys and some people don't.
Yeah, it's certainly not caught Arthur cold, has it? The 170 after 9, followed by a 14-dart leg. And Owen Bryceland, like I say, got off out the traps with a 180, and we kept him on his toes. But yeah, Owen's got to weather the storm here, because Arthur's looking rather dominant, isn't he?
And he's not throwing bad, is Owen, as Arthur goes for tops for back-to-back 5-visit legs, and he's not going to find it. So a chance for Owen to apply some pressure here.
2 Scots, that's already. Like you say, Owen Bryceland won 4-1 against Teddy Atcott, who we saw in our live stream yesterday, was 82 average. Kyle Davison also through to the second round with a 76 average.
Arthur hit double 12 there, going for double 5, so it gives Owen this chance, and he's going to need to find it. To hold throw, back-to-back holds, double 16. And he's just missed it on the wire, and you can tell what he thinks of that dart. As Arthur punishes, and he takes a 2-0 lead, break a throw. It's only the 1 break throw, but because Arthur won the bull, Owen will have to find at least 2 breaks of throw. Despite
the leg going to the rightful owner in the end there, but that'll hurt Owen, the fact that he's had darts and a double there to level things up.
Smashed away and move on to this leg, and you can see it's affected him. We're only kicking off with 39. And to Arthur's 140, and he's gone back to back. You're over 200 points behind now, and it's looking like there's going to be a 3-0 lead, and we've only seen 12 darts in this leg.
Yeah, and as we mentioned, Owen Bryceland, the bandit, who's part of the JPL this year, and he's got off to a brilliant start with a couple of draws. The draw against Mitchell Laurie on the opening round of fixtures a few weeks back. Lost the first leg as Mitchell Laurie went off like a steam train, but then turned it on himself, as we know he's capable of doing. And to think he's only 12-year-old.
It's mental. And he's been this good since he was 10. And he's only getting better and better.
And I know age is just a number, but how old are you then, Dylan?
I'm 15. Turned 16 in August, so I can start doing dev tours and all that malarkey.
Yeah, well, that's all exciting times ahead, isn't it?
Sure is. As Arthur takes a 3-0 lead, he's averaging that 93 mark, which, as Matt Edgar would say, that's where you're going to get your tour card on the PDC circuit, that 93 to 83 average. And you can see what Owen thinks of that visit.
Yeah, that's a big point. And like when we're discussing with Paul Nicholson on Friday night, these players are ready now, and the tour that we've got is as good as any tour around, isn't it?
Well, when you compare it to the averages, as all the PDC affiliate tours, we weren't, just because we're juniors, it doesn't mean that we're bottom on the affiliate tours. I'm pretty sure we topped the women's series and the Might have been the Asian tour. It was one of the Asian or the Australian tour. And we did, average wise, and we say average is just a number, but it is a good reflection when you're looking at something as a whole. We were above them.
Yeah, because of course, averages in one match can be kind of misleading at times. Everyone can have a good game, but when you look at tournament averages, as we mentioned, after 6 events, but if it's over 20 events and you look at overall averages, then that's a fairly consistent range to go off, isn't it? Plenty of data to go off from that, isn't there? Especially with 64 players now instead of 32.
Of course it is, yeah. And it does just make that advanced tour a bit more competitive. And I was going to say that you normally see a few different winners on the advanced tour, but Mitchell Laurie has took 4 of the opening 6.
Yeah, outstanding effort.
Make it 5 out of 7 and even 6 out of 8 today.
Yeah, Mitchell, who had Jack Nankovic early doors, and Jack's struggling on the tour at the minute. But we know he's quality operator is Jumping Jack. But yeah, Mitchell saw the job off 4-0 in that opening round match.
I like that from Owen. He knew that Arthur's not on finish. He had 60 left with 1 dart, and the treble 20 looked inviting. He didn't want to bust it. We've seen him miss this 48 already in this game, and he's done the same again, 2 on the outside of the double 16, and that could be curtains if Arthur can find these tops. It's a bit blocked, but it doesn't matter for Arthur Alston, as it's our second 4-0 win in a row. We saw Turgle beat Alfie Flynn Rogers 4-0, and we've just seen Arthur Alston beat Owen Bryson 4-0. And it's another 83 average.
Yeah, no ton topper on this occasion to wrap things up. However, equally impressive 80 check out there for Arthur Alston. And as we mentioned, a solid average at 83.5 to take out Owen Bryceland, who'll be disappointed and ruin their misses on double 16. But they can't go every time, can they? It's Arthur Alston that progresses through to the round of 16. Stay with us, folks. We've got another round of 32 match coming up in a couple of seconds. Stay with us. Back to second round action here in Bristol. The bullseye off Reggie Woolard taking on Mitchell Laurie. The JDC #1, the WDF #1.
Senior.
World champion. Yes, senior as well, yeah. So Mitchell Laurie, the man on everybody's lips right now in terms of credentials and star quality. Yeah, certainly when you look at someone who's top to 64, you know, they're all capable of beating each other. And Mitchell, 87 average in the first round. You know, that's a kind of treading water for him, isn't it? But he certainly won't be taking anyone for granted, but Mitchell never does. He's got a great attitude in that sense, hasn't he?
There is them games where people will be like, yeah, he'll win that, but anyone can beat anyone on this tour. Mitchell will definitely be going into this as favourite, but Reggie, as you've seen with the opening 9 here, he is a handy thrower, and we saw that at Q School. He was very consistent with him finishing 9th on the Q School Order of Merit and gaining a 70 average for the weekend. And he's already averaged over that 70 mark today in a 4-0 win over Reese Butler.
Yeah, and Reese Butler, again, like I say, didn't... he's a progressive type, the Black Country youngster.
Yeah, very good player.
Very good player is Reese, yeah. So to beat Reese 4-0, that shows Reggie's in good heart.
I like this route. I really like this route, and it's bullseye for a 1-6-1 for Reggie Woolard, and he's wired it. And Mitchell Laurie, you'd expect him to hit this. It's just going to take a minute, as Reggie has maybe knocked him off a bit. Maybe Mitchell weren't expecting that.
That nearly raised the hanger 61 roof, didn't it? But that's a happy accident. Double 16. There you go. Opening leg goes to Mitchell Laurie in 14 darts. A brilliant opener. And he throws first in leg number 2 and he's off with 2 darts in the red bit. Yeah, when you look at Mitchell's face, sometimes he's furious at 140s, isn't he? I'd love to have that mindset. It was a great attempt on the 1-6-1, wasn't it, from Reggie?
Reggie, he's not thrown bad here. It's a shame for Reggie that Mitchell's kicked off 14 darts because he was in that leg. And if you'd have said to Reggie, you'll miss a dart at the bull for a 1-6-1 in the first leg, he'd have probably expected to win it on your own darts as well.
Yeah, we talk about sort of matches that are never won on paper. Rather, obviously, there's that's why you never have a poor bookmaker. As Mitchell Laurie threatened the 180 once again. 1-6-1, he's down to a checkout after 9. But Jack Johnson had been favourite Jackie Boy in yesterday's final against Alfie Cook, and after winning the opening leg with a convincing leg as well. But then Alfie Cook turned on the afterburners as he did in the semi-final.
Yeah. Very good player is Alfie Cook in his own right.
Very good player, yeah. I was mightily impressed with him yesterday.
Reggie's in again. Reggie hits the first 180, I think, of this match, and they're both on 103 after 12. Mitchell is going to get the first dart at double, and it's double top for back-to-back 5-visit legs, and he snatched it into the single. And Reggie, is he going the same route, or is he going to start somewhere else?
I like downstairs on 103 degrees to yourself.
Where you miss, you still, as long as you hit the board, you're still going to have a shot at a finish after the first dart. And something's happened with the scoreboard here.
It always happens with Mitchell Laurie. There's always something goes on. It's just...
The iPad's turned off. I remember I'm at the final yesterday of event 1, and if you clicked the top of the iPad anywhere near the top, so the way DarkNet works is if you know what they've got left, you can type that in and then click the top of the iPad and it will tell you what they've got. But when you do that, it was turning the iPad off. So I feel that's what could have happened, as JDC Joe Wheeler, founder, Darts Academy owner and creator, has to help and do the iPad, as Reggie misses a dart at tops as well. He went a different route though. He started in the 20s, I think, and Mitchell will look to take a 2-0 lead. They could be in the way, but don't put anything past Mitchell. And there you go. He's rammed it into the corner. 2-0 lead for Mitchell Laurie, and he's halfway there to victory after only a matter of minutes.
Yeah, he's got the height, hasn't he, to overcome that scenario, and he did it fantastically well, did Mitchell? Yeah, what about with gremlins and like things that can happen at I smile when I say this because I remember like a few events in Coventry where he went to shake a hand and he got stabbed in the hand and he was bleeding and just little things like that. But Mitchell adapts and overcomes, doesn't he?
Of course he does. He's got that experience. He's been doing JDC for 3 or 4 years now. He knows what to do. He knows how to win, even when he's not playing at his best. In his own words, he didn't play his best yesterday, but he still picks up an Advanced Tour title.
Yeah, absolutely. When you talk about the structure of the JDC, Mitchell won the Foundation Tour, and then he took the step up in his stride, finished fourth on his first year. And then obviously the second half of the year, he went into absolute overdrive, didn't he, with his tournament wins. But fourth in his first year, and towards the back end of that, you were starting to see the potential at Mitchell Laurie, the improvement that he showed.
Obviously, won the World Championship as well.
Fantastic, yeah, the Ali Pali. Final of the Lakeside for the WDF Worlds. Yeah, was it? Yeah.
Reggie will look for this double 16. His average creeps over the ton mark. I doubt it'll stay there after that checkout. Just goes below. And there you go. It just shows that averages mean nothing. Look at Reggie's average. If you told Reggie he was going to average 99 after 3 legs, he'd have been, yeah, 3-0 up, maybe 2-1, but he'd have expected to be leading. And instead, he's down 2-1.
Yeah, it's a first look on the stream board for Reggie Willard, but I've been hugely impressed, as you'd imagine, by that. He's got a brilliant fluent throw, and despite what Mitchell Laurie's thrown, Reggie's cracking on with his own business, isn't he? Which is, you've got to do, haven't you?
Of course you have. I've not really seen much of Reggie Willard. I've been doing the JDC tour myself now. This is my 3rd year. And the name doesn't really spring to mind before this game. We had to do a bit of research on him. But from what we've seen, he's done a lot more than what we researched. And Mitchell there getting very angry with himself as he miscounts and leaves a bogey. Although it's not going to matter because when Reggie was on that 382, even a 182 on the left to finish, and Mitchell's in that treble, and now you can see why he's angry he didn't leave a finish because he's gone back to back trebles, but he does still do double 16. And as I was saying with Reggie, I didn't really know his name, and I think Q School was the first time he'd done anything JDC from what I know. And you could say he's a prospect of the Luke Littler effect. He uses the Littler loadout darts. And he's played really well here, but he's 3-1 down now to Mitchell, who just creeps the higher average. But Reggie, if he holds throw here, all he needs is a break of throw, and this game could be his.
Yeah, for those who don't know Reggie, like I say, soon will know Reggie the way that his darts are going in, because his darts will do a lot of talking. Very impressed. Yeah, and I think as well, when you talk about match play and performances, you kind of play to the level that you need to play. And we know that Mitchell, if he wins at 87, he's got gears to go through. But you know, sometimes, like you say, it's about timing your form to the latter stages, isn't it? In tournaments, there's no good chucking 100 average in the first round and then throwing a 75 in the quarterfinal, for example, because it's not going to win your titles that Mitchell's tried and tested in.
He's got that experience of getting over the line, and we say it all the time. He knows how to win a game of darts.
I know how much the nickname Wee Socks means to Mitchell. Have you got a nickname, Dylan?
I'm Dylan the Destroyer, although I don't really destroy anyone at the minute. I'm in a bit of a downfall.
Yeah, but that's work in progress. You've got to stick with that nickname.
Mitchell will look to leave himself handy after this visit. Is it a 2-darter? Yes, it is, as he finds 2 trebles.
Brilliant visit.
Himself on 78. Don't cap Reggie out. All it takes is 2 trebles, and he's back in this leg, or even just a treble, and he's got that treble. He's not going to find another, but that 112 is doable. And it's 78 for Mitchell Laurie. Single to double. Is it in the way? He's not moving. He's a very tall young man, so he can get it over there. He has gone over there, but he's gone over by quite some margin. So Reggie, 112 to get himself back in this match and to stay in it. Where's he starting? 20s. He's got the treble. Make sure of that big number, Reggie. He's moving, so he's staying there. Oh, and he's straight into the 5, and you can see what he thinks of that. he's not too pleased with that. And I don't get that. He's then gone 7 to leave the tops.
Yeah, well, when you look at the open bed that was there for the 12s, but it matters not as Mitchell Laurie wraps things up with a 4-1 victory. Brilliant performance from Reggie Woolard. I'm looking forward to the next time we see him on the live stage in the live stream. But Mitchell Laurie progresses to the round of 16, and I'm sure we'll be seeing more of Mitchell Laurie at the business end of this tournament. Stay with us. Me and Dylan will be back for a round of 16 match probably coming right up. Well, I was getting ahead of myself with a round of 16 match, Dylan. To our delight, we've got another second round match, round of 32 match, and this could be a match that could grace a latter stage as a quarterfinal or a semi-final, isn't it?
Of course it is. The way Addison played yesterday, you just seen it there with his first dart, smack bang in the middle of the ball. And he will throw first in our final second round game of event 7. You're obviously going to see a few more second round games from the final event of the weekend later on today. Harley Glykos, a very good player in his own respect at the JDC, was it unsigned weekend last year?
That's right, yeah.
He hit his 9-darter. Only the third ever player to hit one on the JDC behind Nathan Kerr and Luke Littler. Well, that was before the man you've just seen, Mitchell Laurie, hit one on the last Advanced Tour against Ethan Horden, who was also hit a 9-darter, but that was at his JDC Academy in Blackburn.
9 darters galore on the JDC Advanced Tour.
Wouldn't mind one on the stream board today.
We had 3 almost 9 darters on Friday night at the JPL, which was had me and Paul Nicholson on the edge of our seat.
We were actually Lex Passhauser and
Turgle. Turgle, I think, got the closest, yeah. But again, we talk about Turgle being on 7 perfect darts. You didn't know whether he scored 21 or was on a 9-darter.
Turgle's faces will never change. And I was going to say that about Harley, but he just got a bit angry with himself after not finding a treble in that last visit.
A running average is 75.42 for the tournament, which is again consistent,
Very
isn't it?
Consistent average, and it'll win you a lot of games. Get you to that last stages in most comps. And he's again not happy with that last. It's a much harder finish, that 1-4-3 than a 1-2-4. And 130 for Addison. It's that bullseye which he hitting the ball up. He's thinking, is he going for it? And he has gone for it. He's wired it. And will Harley Glykos prove as to why he's had to go for it? He's not. So maybe he didn't have to go for that, but he did go for it, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, Addison was a quarter-finalist, I think, yesterday in one of the matches, and played very, very well. Mightily impressed with him. And we talk about stature and Mitchell Laurie being obviously able to overcome certain blocker darts. But Addison, a bit like Jackie Boy in that, it's amazing how they're able to have the accuracy, isn't it?
Go above and down. It's 2-2 for Addison. He's going to have to go up to the madhouse, but I'm sure he'll be fine up there. Oh, he's dragged it. And it's a 60 checkout for Harley. It's got a bit scrappy, this opening leg, but whoever wins it won't care. It's a break a throw if Harley can get this tops, and he's gone high. So another chance for Addison to clean up a leg that rightly belongs to him.
Yeah, when you get such a big gap in terms of scoreline in the opening leg, it can quite easily evaporate, can't it?
He's gone into the 20 there. Harley's hit the same hole. Double 10, chasing doubles. And Harley Glycots can't find that double 5. So it's 2-2 for Addison. I don't think we're going to see any magnificent averages after this opening leg. But whoever wins won't care about averages. They'll just want the W next to the name. And Addison Heffron sarcastically celebrates that double one. It's a 30 dart opening leg. But in the end, it doesn't matter for Addison as he takes the opener.
That's my kind of muscle memory, 30 darters. But I noticed there with Harley when he went for chased around the ball with tops, 10s and 5s, he didn't look set in his body position as he released the dart. So it'll be interesting to see if he can keep his composure and keep his, as we say, keep his stillness at the clutch moments, because he didn't look set at all. But he's a real gritty character, is Addison, isn't he?
He's confident in his own ability as well. He's a very young talent. I've known Addison for a couple of years now with him being signed by Mission. And he's one of them that doesn't care who he's playing. He's not phased. He will play to his own ability.
His own ability is sky high, shall we say.
It is.
Yeah, he's very pleasing on the eye. Pint-sized rocket. But again, when he misses his groupings, he's very much there on the premises, isn't he?
He's not miles away.
Yeah, he's not dotting them about, is he?
You see a few players that just strains them 5s and 1s, but you'll rarely see Addison score below 60. Addison, please don't score below 60 now.
You know he's going downstairs for a 59.
Oh,
right on cue, right on cue.
Sorry, Addison, I've jinxed you. He's not going to bother with tops. Instead, he's tried to go for that treble 16.
Welcome to my world, Dylan.
Can't win as a commentator. Here we go. He's not going to stay there, I can tell you that much. And he leaves that 54 as well as Harley. Tops for Harley.
Looks like a good marker, doesn't it?
He's tried to clip the flight there instead of attacking it, and he's dragged it low. And Addison will look to show him how to hit this tops. Tops, 10s and 5s. It proved difficult in the opening leg. And it's not difficult this time for Addison. Little celebration there. 2-0 lead, break a throw. And if he wins this leg on his own darts, he'll be one away from a spot in the last 16.
Yeah, when you get your little celebrations or your little timely sort of like shout outs, I think Gezi Price and Van Gerwen were the kind of the originators of doing that. Yeah. And the time it whether it would be a third dart hit double or a timely 180. And I think that just gets in the minds of the opponent, doesn't it?
It does. It'll be interesting to see how Harley can bounce back from that. He definitely saw Addison doing that celebration because he gave him a bit of a stare down to say that he weren't too pleased with the celebration. So it'll be interesting to see how Harley can bounce back. And he snatched that again. A few darts going low for Harley. And he'll look to, if he loses in this game, which it is looking likely at the minute, but we all know that everyone's capable of winning games on the Advanced Tour. They're there for a reason. There's no mugs on the Advanced Tour.
Yeah, a bit like O'Flynn Rogers, and Harley Glykos is very much, like I say, pleasing on the eye in terms of his action. And you can see he's certainly got a good game in him.
Yeah. Bit of a snatch there from Addison, but he still finds a steady 60. Harley will look to leave a finish, and he will do if he gets enough treble. He's not found one, so an opportunity now for Addison if he can find a treble or two. It'd make him favourite for this leg.
We saw Turgle take out a 118 and a 144 checkout. He's 3-0 up over Jack Marshall. Jack had a good run yesterday.
Just seen Jaden Walker get a leg back on Ridley Ladigus. That's a very good game at the minute with averages both in the 80s. Kyle Gilding takes the opener in our first round 3 match. He's taking on Caleb Gascoigne. And in the other round 3 match, Jason Busons takes on Frederick Windmill. That game in the opening leg. As Turgle gets over the line in a 4-0 win over Jack Marshall. And he will be through to round 3, where he will take on either Ridley Ladigus or Jaden Walker.
Yeah, Caleb Gascoigne 1-0 down against Kyle Gildon. That should be a really good match because Caleb had an 84 average in his opening round match. So, you know, that's 2 form players, isn't it? And Kyle missed a few doubles yesterday against Alfie O'Brien on the live stream. And Alfie's timing was brilliant, impeccable, shall we say. But Kyle certainly is a potential winner on the tour, isn't he? The form that he's in the UK Open qualifier.
He is, and Addison did take that 3rd leg, and he's kicked off the 4th leg, in which he will be hoping is the final leg, with a 180.
Yeah, box office stuff for Madison.
The average is low, but when you compare it to how that first leg was, if you take away them doubles, and here we go, commentator's curse again, Carl. Snatch it to the 12.
That's the way I follow up a 180.
Yeah.
Very rarely, of course.
Kyle Gilding does take the 2nd leg against Caleb Gascoigne. He's bumped his average up over the ton mark.
Yeah, back-to-back finalists yesterday. Jack Johnson, 4-0 win over Callum Ryan.
I'm sure that he'll bounce back, and all it takes is one good run in an event, and then you will bounce back. As Harley will look to bounce back with a 107. Happy accident with the treble 10, so it leaves the double 10. Addison's waiting, but he'll have to go back to 501 points. It is a holder throw for Harley. It keeps him in this match, and he's not down and out just yet.
Yeah, that was brilliant considering Addison got away with 180 in that leg. So Harley digging in brilliantly. As
kicked off with a max again.
He's on a $9.
2nd leg running.
Dylan, you can most certainly come again.
Not going to find it on this occasion. Is he going to snatch into 12 again? He's not. I think he's followed it with a 140. 81, sorry. It was in the 1, not the treble 20. And it does give Harley a bit of an edge now. He's 60 behind. He's in this leg. All it takes is a slip from Addison, and he will let Harley back in. He'll look to just ton him away now, Addison. He looks to be a bit annoyed with them 20s, but I think they're all right, as he's found a treble. He leaves 140, and unless Harley can find 2 trebles, it's going to be 6 at that 140, and it is. So yeah, Addison can just throw steady ton here, but don't put this past Addison. He's not going to find it, but what can he leave?
I haven't watched the earlier stream. That's called doing the Kaya Basel to wrap up the match.
Turning it down.
Yeah, and it has been a professional leg here from Addison, hasn't it? 12 darts thrown, 45 remain.
He's going to change his MO though this time. He's going to go over to the double 16. He's been tops all game. Will double 8 do him a favour? It's not. So a chance for Harley, and we've just seen him take out 107. Can he take out one more in the 108? That's a bit of a blocker. No, it's not Dylan Moss. Double 16, and he's snatched it. The pressure was on, and it's double 8 for Addison to finally get over the line. Over to the 4s. He moves over the hockey that little bit. Good marker. Can he use it? Yes, he can, and he gives it some. A 4-1 win for Addison Hefferon. He's through to the last 16 phase for the 2nd day running in the opening comp. And we will be back with another game, and I'm assuming from the last 16 phase.
Yeah, Harley Glykos there, missing the 108, and that was punished with the last dart there from Addison. Addison Hefferon averaging 71.62, and when you take into account the missed darts in that very first leg, that was probably averaging in the high 80s to 90, wasn't it, to get that average up to 71. It's impressive stuff from Addison, and we'll have a 3rd round match coming right up. Stay with us, folks.
It does look like you could have a bit of a break as we are still waiting on a board. It's looking like we're going to see Turgle back on the stream, but he's still waiting on an opponent in either Ridley Ladigus or Jaden Walker. That game currently sits at 3-2 to Ridley Ladigus, but don't put it past Jaden Walker to get that back to 3-all.
Ridley Ladigus, one of Northeast's finest, against one of the finest young players in the country. So it should be a treat, whether it be Turgle against either player. Stay with us, folks. Coming right up. Quarterfinal action even here in Bristol, Hangar 61. A thrilling Sunday at the darts here. Matches played so far. We've had some absolute quality, close battles and one-sided battles. The first quarterfinal for Frederick Windmill, who takes on the flying Gilden. I said is one of the hot favourites going into every event. Will this Super Sunday be his day where he makes his breakthrough on the Advanced Tour? One underway in what is remaining a best of 7 legs. It's the semi-finals where we ramp it up to a best of 9 and the final first to 6. Final which we saw Jack Johnson in 2 finals yesterday. Alfie Cook victorious of event number 6. And the ever consistent Mitchell Laurie winning 4 on the spin of event number 5. But that was yesterday. And here we are. 3 matches away from being the champion. After 15 darts, Frederick has the opportunity and takes it out nicely, a 17 dart hold. And that just says to Kyle Gilden, you're going to have to throw some mean arrows if you're going to beat us. Talk about progression and how the likes of Mitchell Laurie won the Foundation Tour, then progressed and came 4th last year, won titles on the Advanced Tour, played brilliant in the JPL, then went on to huge success obviously at boys and senior level on the WDF Tour. And Frederick Windmill, who averaged 69 in finishing 15th in qualifying school to get his tour card, is now in a quarter-final on the second weekend on the tour here. Congratulations so far to him, but of course he won't be settled for a quarter-final berth. Now when you get this close, you can almost taste the glory. But a great response from Gilden. 17 dart hole as a potential 16 dart hole for Gilden. So back-to-back 17 dart holes from both players. We've got a proper match on our hands here, as you'd expect. We talk about the strength and depth from 64 down all the way to the top. Tyler's currently 15th on the order of merit so far. Didn't have the best of days yesterday, did he? But as we say, today's a new day. And every event he goes in, portfolio he's building up, UK Open qualifier. We know how hard it is to win some of these regional qualifiers. A couple of hundred of the best amateurs or former professionals. And only one goes through. Maximum time for Gilden, and that's just to keep tabs on Windmill. Brilliant second dart. Oh, and he let that go a little bit too sharp. I love the animation in his face there. So 2 hits is an important double, and he takes it out nicely. That was a big double, wasn't it, with his opponent back on 36. Retakes the lead, does Frederick, and he's 2-1 up. He's halfway to victory and a place in the semi-final. Gilden had his chances. Both players will certainly be very happy with their form in this match so far. 7 points, 5 points to separate them in the averages, but a 2-1 lead for Frederick. As we see, they're only a guide, the averages. And averages are not put on trophies. Frederick with a running average of 71.6 for the tour so far. And he's sat in 40th in the order of merit. And when you think 40th on the order of merit and putting in a performance like this, shows what a quality field that we have. When you throw first round matches like Jack Nankervis and Mitchell Laurie, or the Cook Derby, we've got the North East Derby going on at present, but we've also had the Lewis Cook, Alfie Cook Derby. They could have played that in the back bedroom. Brilliant 1-4-2 attempt. Oh, what an opportunity that was for 3-1. An opportunity provided with 2 treble 17s. And a brilliant double-double. Absolute drama here in Bristol. And from the 1-4-2 missed to the double-double from Kyle Gilden. And he's flying along nicely as Gilden. His Pro Tour debut, of course, was a 6-2 defeat against Sam Spivey, one of Yorkshire's hot prospects. Of course, he's done very well on the Motor Super Series. And it won't be long before we see the likes of Kyle Gilden throwing some mean arrows down in Pompey. I know a lot of the players on the tour that I speak to, they're waiting to hit the 16th birthday so they can play down at the Motors. A lot of players have already been earmarked in for, penciled in for dates when the strike's 16. And others that'll certainly be asked the question if they haven't already been approached. So the 1-4-2 doesn't go this time, or doesn't get attempted at a double, but it's certainly set up nicely to leave double 10. And every time Kyle Gilden's pulled back level, Frederick Windmill's responded brilliantly, hasn't he? Oh, and that could be the first blink of the match in terms of leg hold supremacy. 2 12s. And a brilliant take on 74. Great adjustment after hitting the 11 on the 74 with the first dart. The treble 13 and the double 12. Ultra precise. And we have our first break of the match, and 1 leg away from a place in the semi-final is the Flying Gilden. And when you think the 122 set up there to leave double 10 for Frederick, everything's swimming along nicely. And 3 missed darts is all it takes, isn't it? To just shift the momentum in the other direction, especially when you're as box office as Gilden is. I'm not seeing any other quarterfinal match that's been in progress at the minute, or any results on Darts Connect, but I will keep you posted, or we will have another match potentially following this match. But this match I want to go on a lot longer than a best of 7 because it's been thoroughly entertaining. And I've been very impressed with Frederick Windmill, win or lose this match. But Gilden's just found his timing perfectly, hasn't he? A 1-2-8 there to leave. A brilliant 32. So he knows how important this is. He's took a little bit longer to prepare. And he takes it out first dart. A clap of the hands there from his opponent, Frederick Windmill. Great sportsmanship from him and a brilliant performance from Windmill. But it's Kyle Gilden who flies into the semi-final. Who will join him? Stay with us for a quarter-final or a semi-final coming up shortly, folks. Semi-final Sunday at the darts. Hanger 61 in Bristol. And flying high is Lewis Cook and Jaden Walker. Blinking you missed this one. Our current JPL star against our inaugural JPL star in Jaden Walker. We know how box office young Jaden is. And we're underway here in the semi-final. Third against eighth in the order of merit. And as we say, semi-finals, there's a good chance, especially for Jaden, that he will progress on that eighth position. I'm sure Jackie Boy was a quarter finalist today. Maybe he's last 16, so whether or not, I think Lewis should overtake and move into second place. But there's going to be a small matter of Mitchell Laurie to catch at the top of the table. Lewis won't matter about that, don't worry about that. He's more focused on winning his semi-final match. Timely maximum there from Jaden. And we know the pace of the game is going to suit both, so that could be the first maximum of many in this semi-final. Tops for an early break for Jaden. 15 darts after 40 remains. And he's busted. JDC drama here in Bristol. Well, we had Kai Basil with a 25 dart leg holder throw early doors. And Lewis Cook's in that 8 visit range right now. But it won't matter not if he wins the leg. Madhouse in what's been a crazy leg. And Jaden absolutely gutted. He's hit the double there. Not the double to win the leg, of course. One above, one in, two above, one in. Not to be as Jaden comes back for double 5. A 27 dart breaker throw against Lewis Cook. It's not very often we're going to say that, is it? Throughout his career. However, Jaden takes the opening leg. It was a closely fought battle in terms of 2 heavy scorers in that opening leg. But it just shows the mutual respect that they have got for each other. I'm sure we'll see fluent doubling out from here. As both players will settle. 2 youngsters, but with great experience at the hockey. And a place in the final at stake. What a Super Sunday it's been so far. Some thrilling checkouts. We've had 151s, 144s, 140s. There we go, our second semi-final. Jack Johnson's still in the competition, is Jackie Boy, as he looks for 3 finals in a row. So I'm up to speed now. Keep up, Carlos. Jackie Boy you beat. As Jaden doubles his advantage with 18 darts. Fantastic. Back up for the 27 darter. We mentioned Lewis Cook and Jaden Walker. There were winners waiting to happen at the back end of the 2025 campaign on the Advanced Tour. Lewis eventually getting over the winning line towards the back end of the tour. He's followed that up with some Very consistent runs to sit third in the table. Jaden just missing out on that England squad last year. Currently 5th at the minute as well. The top 4 going to Gibraltar as the A team for England after 20 events. Jackie Boy taking out Mitchell Laurie. A 4-0 win in that round of 16 in 84 average. And then it was also a whitewash 4-0 against Alfie Armitage, who we said played well in defeat yesterday, the Accrington youngster. It's good to see him have a deep run today. Two 8s for 3-0. Takes it out a brilliant treble 14. Wayward on the 16s, but found the all-important double 8. And after a scrappy opening leg, Jaden Walker is turning on the afterburners. And after Alfie Cook's success yesterday, as I reiterate what a huge performance it was for him, absolutely obliterated the field. It was great to watch, and Lewis is saying, I want a bit of that today. But he's going to have to go some if he's going to be in that winner's enclosure alongside his brother on the second weekend of the Advanced Tour. Brilliant 180 from Jaden Walker. Don't get a 180 this time, Jaden. Safely nestles down to the 17s to leave 32 after 12. And this is the darts we expect from our two superstars of the game. Bonin back on 241. I was going to say you might as well be aggressive at it, but time on your side. Time on your side for most, but when you've got Lewis Cook's scoring ability, as he just scores 60 and commentators curses Carl. But it's 4-0 for Jaden Walker. A 17 dart hold of throw, 4-0, and one leg away from a whitewash. Lewis's box office, back-to-back European Open champion. He fights for every leg. He's like a David Ferrer of darts. Fights for every point, every visit. And for all you youngsters out there, be thinking, who the hell is David Ferrer? David Ferrer. Rafa Nadal then. Back to the tungsten. And when you've got that mentality, you're always in the hunt. But when you've got a player that's chucking 12 to 15 darts and you're 4-0 down, it's difficult to do. Jaden on 13 after 12 darts. To wrap things up, 5-0. After that opening leg wobble where he still won the leg, it's been a fine display from Jaden. And he takes it out well. A clap of the hands from Lewis Cook, acknowledging his opponent's supremacy. And it's Jaden Walker who's into the Advanced Tour Semifinal. Who will he play? Will it be Jackie Boy? Or will it be Kyle Gilden? Currently, Jackie Boy leads 3-1. He's 2 away from a place in the final. But the Flying Gilden is still in the hunt. Stay with us for our final. That's coming right up, folks. Welcome back, folks, and apologies for the delay as Jack Johnson led 4-2 in that semi-final against Kyle the Flying Gilden, but was pegged back to 4-all, and he edged out a very nervy last leg decider on the double four to reach a third consecutive final. Congratulations to Jackie Boy. Great consistency. And a brief chat with Jaden's mum before the final, and she says it's about time he's reached the final. We know it's been coming, and we knew it wouldn't be long before we'd see our first maximum of the final. It's gone to Jackie Boy. Jaden hit 2 180s in his semi-final. Oh, almost 6 perfect darts there from Jackie Boy. Jaden's just a man to punish. It was the wrong side of the first dart, wasn't he? Unfortunately for Jaden. But back for a nice 70 dart tidy up. 18 will do. Either side of the wire. So 16 for tops to tidy up 66 in 18 darts of his own. Wires the tops. That's a handy guide. And just like our semi-final that we saw, in which Jaden won with 27 darts, it's not 27 darts in this, it's only 20, but it's with the same outcome as Jaden Walker. Gets an early break, and Jackie Boy, despite threatening big style 130 after the 180, finds himself a leg behind. And this tactic might work in his favour, actually, because he had a brilliant opening leg in the final against Alfie Cook yesterday, before Alfie Cook went on to win 6 in a row. So losing the first leg, you might think it's an unhappy accident, but you never know. Always trying to find a positive out of a negative situation. Brilliant darts from Jackie Boy. Super 16 champion. National Vault champion. Jackie Boy is absolutely box office, isn't he? As is his finalist, Jaden Walker. And a brilliant 92 to double his advantage. A 20 darter followed by a 92 there. No messing about on the doubles, was there? The combination working very well. And again, we talk about the pace of the game will suit both players. Two players that featured in our inaugural Junior Power League. Both players found themselves in the relegation trapdoor and not making finals day, but it was a brilliant display from both players throughout that campaign and great experience for them. Jaden missing out on qualifying for the JPL, unfortunately, towards the business end of qualifying on opening Friday night. As Jaden Fight is in his first maximum. Oh, and the 152, so unlucky. And a chance for a 141. Wow, blink and you missed this one, but threatening the big checkouts as Jackie Boy gets off the mark. A 16 dart holder throw. High octane final. Just as we expect for our two absolute box office superstars. Jaden, of course, made his name and went viral with his performance with Angry Ginger, the influencer. And they took out Fallon Sherrick took out Duzzler in the final. Third maximum of the final, a second to Jaden Walker. And that's just to sit 9 points behind. Backs the 180 up with a 2 treble visit on the 140. What a final we've got here in Bristol. 95 going after 12. Still possible, not now. As Jackie Boy's on 70 after 12. He'll stay on 15 there after that slip. He wants tops for a 15 dart, break a throw. Why is it? And Jaden's back. Not a guide, but the second one goes in. And we discussed this early on with Dylan Moss. When you normally get a dart that's the high, the second one or the third dart normally lands in. Proves to be the case once again to the annoyance of Jackie Boy. But again, the averages. Jaden just shy of the 90 mark on 89.53 and Jackie Boy on 87.22. Brilliant final and a bit of breathing space for Jaden. But Jack has been involved in every leg, hasn't he? Second on the order of merit is Jackie Boy. Fourth maximum of our final in 5 legs. And our third in 5 legs. Wow. Make that 5. Jackie Boy responds. Oh, and a 164 missed on the bullseye. One elite visit after another. 2-8. Wowzer. One supreme visit after another. 2 12s for 4-1, and this will really hurt. And he's missed 2 darts at it as Jackie Boy's back for a hold of throw. And could this be the story of missed darts from Jackie Boy? Because back will come Jaden for 4-1 and a double break. Hit double 6 on the 92 combination. Hit it with his first dart there. Jaden Walker leads 4-1. He's 2 away from being champion of event number 7. And Jack Johnson has done so little wrong, has he? His timing's just been a bit off on his doubles, but you can't afford to miss them when you've got the calibre of Jaden Walker stood behind you. 5 maximums in 5 legs. Jaden, who sits 8th currently on the order of merit, we know he's going to go up on that. He'll go above Christian Ennis and Ben Townley. Almost another maximum. 187 after 12 darts. And in a position of a 4-1 scoreline. Jaden's turning the screw in this final. Almost a third maximum there. But good thinking from Jackie Boy to leave the 170 on the 145 scoreline there. Shows he's thinking despite being 4-1 down. Threaten the big fish with the first dart, but the second dart drops low. 36 going after 18 darts. Inside the 9s, there's a tricky double 3 if he's back. But this has to go on. Typically hits the bullseye on 65 and busts it. And maybe after that dart on the bullseye, a little step back, but Jaden Walker punishes as he has done in previous legs. He's 5-1 up and he's 1 away. Jaden's timing's been impeccable, hasn't it? And a 180 from Jackie Boy. 6th of the match and 3 apiece now. What a final, despite the differential in the scoreline. Hugely entertaining final. hot on the heels of event number 7, of course, we'll go straight into a round of 64 match of event number 8. I was talking to Joe Wheeler as I was watching the climax of Jackie Boy's semi-final victory. He's going to be in the commentary box at some stage with us to discuss all things darts. And he informs us that the final group game's just about finished in the girls' tournament, so we will see the girls' final probably halfway through event number 8. We had a cracking final yesterday, didn't we, with Macy Gibbons and Becca Allen. So tops to reduce the arrears. Takes out double 10, a 17 dart. Breathe out from Jackie Boy. But straight back into the treble 20s is Jaden Walker in a leg that will see him over the winning line. An event 7 champion. He's off with a 140. Only 60 from Jackie Boy. And the 140 away suggests to his opponent that you're going to have to chuck 12 darts probably to beat us in this leg. It just puts pressure on your opponent straight away. So 2 troubleless visits from Jaden. He's got the experience, so I'm sure he's not seen the winning line too early. We know 60 to 57 can quite easily be followed in by a back-to-back 140s or a 180. The player of Jaden Walker's quality. But digging in is Jackie Boy to leave 110 after 12. Jaden on 188. A tidy ton from Jaden, but a brilliant treble 20. Who wants double 16 for 5-3. Digging in deep is Jackie Boy, but 88 for the title. Brilliant treble 20. Stands back, double 14, and a brilliant take on 88. And it's Jaden Walker, who is lucky 7 winner. Nothing lucky about that performance. Jaden Walker thoroughly deserved his victory. He's our champion of event number 7. 8 legs there in rapid time. Wow, congratulations to Jaden. And 3 finals in a row for Jackie Boy. You are granted, my boy. And we'll see you, no doubt, at some stage in event number 8. Event number 8, that's coming right up. Stay with us, folks. Welcome back, team. As promised, hot on the heels of Jaden Walker's success in event number 7, an opening round contest of event number 8 to bring the curtain down on what has been a fabulous weekend of JDC Advanced Tour and Junior Power League action here in Bristol. 3 events down, 1 to go. Best of luck to all 64 players. Or we've actually got players that are already through to the round of 32, so I will update you on that shortly. But Alfie O'Flynn Rogers, the Southend Slinger, taking on the Geordie Massive Alfie Knox. We saw Alfie. Well, I think Alfie might win this match. What do you think? Might be the only thing I get right all weekend. Yes, we saw O'Flynn Rogers with a performance earlier on in event number 7. And me and Dylan Moss highlighted the quality. A brilliant 180 there from Alfie Knox. 6 maximums in that final of event number 7. Rapid fire, wasn't it? 8 legs in no time at all. We discussed the scope and potential of O'Flynn Rogers. And I'm looking forward to seeing how he performs here. Cracking youngster. And Alfie Knox has done very little wrong in this leg. And he's popping the question here for an early break. A 180 and a 134. Brilliant opening leg from Knox. Still possible though for Rogers. Especially now he wants the bullseye for 1, 2, 3. Just about secured the 16 there, and rightfully takes his time on that one. Oh, it was in the double, Carlos. All that excitement of that event 7 final has gone in my head. Back to spec savers for you, Carlos. But Alfie will be back for another attempt at double 6 for an early break. And it's his turn to bust. Decides to split the 10, which is fair play after hitting the 15. But another bust out of sight. So this one goes in. Of course it does. I mentioned that so many times. Didn't need a marker. Alfie Knox does eventually break. And he has the advantage of throwing leg number 2. That treble 19 cover shooting is working a dream for Knox. And you feel it has to against the calibre of opponent of O'Flynn Rogers. We talk about actions that can go very little wrong with under pressure. And the Essex hotshot certainly has a Rolls Royce action. And in the warm-up tournament, or money in, money out tournament that was on last night, after my unlucky defeat, I managed to chalk Alfie Knox's game, and he threw very well in that. And I had a little whisper to him and just says, "You perform like that tomorrow." He felt after the opening weekend he was highly disappointed, and I'll fly back up to Newcastle had a long chat with himself and Ridley Ladicus. And Ridley Ladicus performed very, very well yesterday. And again today. But Alfie's a cracking player. I'm sure we'll see the best of him over the coming events. And it's great to see him on the live stream board now. Ashington Arrowsmith. Northumberland County player. In our division, County Durham. Always good when them two teams play each other. As well as the Tyne-and-Wear Durham derby. So down to a 2 darter, we're only 41. He will be back for it because the big fish doesn't go, but it's a nice second dart. Oh, that's very unlucky. So only 80. And O'Flynn Rogers with a chance to level things up. And from that angle, will he go treble 16? Yes, he does. He went the Merv King route. And a bit of a scrappy climax to the leg for Alfie Knox. And Rogers should take care of his work here. And you feel with his opponent's struggles in this leg, it's kind of rubbed off on Rogers. But that could be a happy accident after a brilliant treble 10. He wants 2 16s to double his advantage. And I'll whisper this one a 27 dart holder throw. But they all count, don't they? As much as a 12. Any round, it's all about getting through. And the double 8 lands and we've got a level game. We're back on throw. And it's O'Flynn Rogers at the board first in leg number 3. Kyle Davison with a whitewash over no player. That no player's lost heavily in all of his games that we've seen over the weekend. Remember, 63 players instead of 64. Less of the dad jokes, Carl. Big match also. Harley Glykos coming out on top over Leo Howard, 4-2. Archie Self edged a tight affair, 4-3 over Ethan Harden. Craig Devlin was successful in our opening round. He's won all of his opening rounds this weekend. Continued that trend with a 4-3 win over Teddy Acott. Jack Marshall back on winning form, 4-0 over Vince Kennis. I was talking to Lex Passhauser last night and going through a few of the Belgian players with him. And Vince Kennis, despite being near the bottom of the Advanced Tour, finished second on the Belgian table to represent his country. So, again, like we say with Alfie Knox in the league positions, I'm sure we'll see the best of these Belgian youngsters over the course of the coming tournaments. It's going to be a fascinating second half of the Advanced Tour, isn't it? And of course, we've still got 3 events to go before we reach that halfway stage. Back in 2 weeks, of course, here in Bristol. For another 4 events, and of course the JPL on the Friday night first. I think it could be me and Chris Mason, Mace the Ace, on the Friday night in 2 weeks' time. So time on his side there for O'Flynn Rogers for 2-1. Takes the 15 off. Doesn't laterally adjust, and 160 is under no pressure for this 32. 2/8 were fruitful in the last leg, and it is so once again. So the Essex youngster that takes a 2-1 advantage. And when you've backed up your holder throw with a 140 away, it gives you every chance for a bit of breathing space and leg differential. 3-1 would be nice, and then thrown for a 4-1. As he settles into this match. It hasn't necessarily been picturesque in terms of quality in this match, but it's been a good, fascinating battle, hasn't it? And you just feel Alfie Knox is trying a little too hard. And O'Flynn Rogers starting to flex his muscles. 215 after 9 is consistent darts, especially when you look to break the throw and lead 3-1. Aaron Derrida win the Battle of Belgium 4-2 over Ilano Schnois. Charlie Greensmith, who we saw in the semi-final, he won over Riley Pinholm 4-1 with an 84 average. Impressive stuff from him. And Kyle Gilden's disappointment of losing out to Jackie Boy in the semi-final. He's already off the mark with a 4-1 win over Junior Howard. So back on 291, but looking to make inroads. 2 treble visit is valuable to leave 160 again, but his opponent again is on 88 for a hat-trick of 88s. Bust his score, so a long shot, but this is 160 to hold your throw. Not possible now. And just look for that treble 20, didn't he? And only 13 scored, so very little inroads. We do get our hat-trick of 88s. No busting this time, no messing about. A 3-1 lead, and he throws to Alfie O'Flynn Rogers for the match and a place in the round of 32. Then Wolf, who came into the tournament, the Advanced Tour, when a player was absent, and he's taken full advantage of it through another opening round match over Liam Cook. 12-year-old with huge potential. And great family support around him. Up the Bolton Wanderers. It's a long trek from Norfolk, where they're based, to get to Bolton Wanderers, isn't it? I think Norfolk's 5 hours from everywhere, really, isn't it? Many a cold night in the field in Thetford. Back in my soldier days. It's now or never for Alfie Knox, and his consistency's not been there, has it? And you feel that Alfie O'Flynn Rogers has done enough to win this match, but if he was to be pressed, that you felt that he had gears to go through, or has gears to go through. And if you're Alfie Knox, I think you can take this as an experience on the live stream board and come back strong for the next 4 events in a fortnight's time. The youngster that has the game, it's just about bringing it out. Or maybe he's one of those wins where you beat a marquee name and suddenly your mindset, your confidence, and the way other players think about you in terms of potential threats Just takes that one win sometimes. So 6 darts if required for O'Flynn Rogers to wrap things up. Double 10. It's not double 8. So how's your double 10? It's very, very nice indeed. And a 4-1 win for Alfie O'Flynn Rogers. The Essex Maestro is through to the round of 32. Alfie Knox, not to be for this weekend, but he will be back in a fortnight's time to hopefully progress his game further. Join us for a round of 64 match, another opening round contest that'll be coming right up, folks. Welcome back to the action, folks. Event number 8, second round of 64 match that we're going to be featuring on our live stream. Repeat of a match that we had yesterday, in fact. It was a 4-1 victory for Jake Hobbs against Toby Clemens that we saw. Will history repeat itself? Lightning strike twice? Sure, Toby Clemens has other ideas. But very impressed I was with Jake Hobbs. Event number 7, Toby lost out as he strikes gold there with a 180. And after a sloppy opening visit, it's nice to get a nerve settler. 180, isn't it? A needed 180 after his opponent's on 265 after 6 darts. We said the quality of Jake Hobbs. Mentioned the Flying Gilden in terms of Kyle Gilden's credentials to be one of the favourites coming into the events. But to my eyes, and my eyes very rarely let us down, apart from when I'm thinking it's in the single 16, it's in the double. But I see Jake Hobbs as a live threat at every event. He's got immense talent. And when you watch players that I've never seen before in terms of Toby Clemens, you're also mightily impressed and think, wow, where's this youngster been? The quality of the JDC Advanced Tour, 64 players now. And it's only enhanced the tour, hasn't it? 13 dart breaker throw. Made to look rather easy. Of course it's not. Unlucky for some 13. He's off the mark with a 13 darter and still averaging 119.44. 2 treble visit away, backing up that 13 darter. Yeah, Toby got 2 legs on board in the match earlier on, a 4-2 defeat against Ridley Ladicus, who's having a very good weekend. Said his stablemate, Alfie Knox, who we've just seen there, struggling. Sure, Alfie will come good. But Ridley's in a bit of form, which is great to see. And look at the order of merit. Toby Clemens down in 40th currently on the order of merit. And he's averaging 75.75, which is very consistent after 7 events. I think over 7 events, that is a very consistent average. Jake Hobbs down in 16th, averaging 79.22. Second maximum from Toby Clemens. He's certainly not shy on the 180 department, is he? But to back up that 13 dart breaker throw, he's having to move across for the 60 for the double top. It looked awkward, didn't it? Misses out on the 18 darter, the 6 visit victory leg, and 1-2-4 to bring us back on throw. Bullseye required for a 1-2-4. This is massive in the context of the match. And a very unlucky dart at the bullseye, wiring it. Will Jake Hobbs slam the door shut? He's got to go around the world to do so. He wants double 2. Unable to do so as Toby breathes a sigh of relief. Decides on the 9-8-8 route. 2 4s. Both players using every element of the board early doors in this match to no avail. Hold his first 2, has to move across. Didn't look in control of them 3, did he? And Clemens will certainly snap his hands off, and he does that. And somehow out the blue, we're back on throw. And a leg Jake Hobbs will be gutted he's lost. A 180 in both legs for Toby Clemens. And frustration, I think, there from Jake, because although he landed with a treble 20 with his first dart, was unable to do anything with the second and third dart if he was to stay in that region. So an air of frustration, but I think he'll channel that as a positive. A little G up. Despite all their missed doubles, still averaging in the 80s is Jake. And I think if you're Jake Hobbs, you're thinking, what else can go wrong in this match? Block treble 20s, bounce outs or dropouts. And we're level on 307 apiece and one leg all. Nothing to separate both players apart from Jake has wrestled the advantage of throw away and he's backed that up with a 2 treble visit there. Brilliant darts from Hobbs. And after that first dart went in the treble 20 and moved across, I thought, is this going to be 3 180s and 3 legs from Clemens? For a 6 visit winning leg, he needs a treble 20 for the bullseye. Threatened the 164, didn't he? But Hobbs is on 72 for 3 consecutive breaks a throw. Double top required with his opponent sat on tops this time. Different kind of dynamics of scoreboard pressure. But it matters not because Hobbs takes out the 72 with a clutch moment double tops. That's more like it. That's Jake Hobbs. And if you're Jake's opponent, he's got off every leg with at least two treble visit. Just puts immediate pressure on your opponent, doesn't it? But Clemens responds with a 140 of his own. Fascinating contest we've got on our hands here in Bristol for a place in the second round. The quality of the first round. Despite Jake Hobbs's flashy 13 dart, there's been very little to separate them after that. And 161 after 9 is threatening the break to throw once again. But at 134 keeps Toby honest. 119 after 12 for Jake. Might utilise the bullseye here and does so with great effect. 90 scored and 71 remaining, but will he get back to the board? Happy accident on the treble 7. Unable to execute the second dart. So for 4 consecutive breaks a throw. 18 for tops for 2s apiece. Double top with his opponent sat on a handy 53. And a brilliant take. We saw Hobbs take out a 72, an all-important 72 to break the throw. And right back at you, Toby Clemens takes out And we've got a Desmond. We've got a 2-2. And after you broke your throw, and we've had 4 consecutive breaks, you don't want to get away with 44, Toby Clemens. I said a fascinating contest, and it's even more so now. Both halfway to victory. And remember, everybody, this is just an open round contest. We're talking about marquee victories in terms of progression on the tour, and we saw Alfie Knox from the Northumberland area of the northeast, and Ridley Laticus has beaten Turgle Kularelku 4-2 in the opening round match, and that's a marquee result that for Ridley. As I said, he's been in impressive form. Yesterday in events 5 and 6, we saw him with an 82 and an 84 average. So cap tip to Ridley on his performance this weekend so far. Kia Basel is through with a 4-0 win over Oscar Rumsey. Reggie Woodland has edged out Ethan Baines 4-3. One of the top Belgians, Jason Goossens, a 4-3 win over Alfie O'Brien, who we featured heavily on our stream board. Mightily impressed with the Welsh youngster. I was nearly talking Gaelic there. Bit of a tongue twister here in Bristol. So 1-5-4 for our first holder throw with his opponent on the big fish. And he'll want to make a bigger inroads than what he did there. But this is a massive couple of visits in the context of the match. Will we get 5 consecutive breaks? Or is Toby going to edge in front at just the right time? Of course, just the right time is reaching 4 legs, but it would be an all-important break, wouldn't it? Unlucky on the tops to leave double 10, but Jacobs on 1-2-7. Still possible on the treble 19s. Not now. Back comes Toby for the first holder throw in the match. Both simmering along at the 75 average mark. Double 10 lands and Toby Clements leads for the first time. How will Jacobs respond? We know his quality, but he's got to be foot perfect from here if he's going to progress to the round of 32. He's got to win both legs. Start with a holder throw. Something he's yet to do so far. But again, a 2 treble visit away from Jacobs, a 139. It's been brilliant, but it's also been brilliant from Clements, who backs it up with a 140. Brilliant darts here in Bristol. 139 followed by a 180. Have a bit of pasty. All the savoury delights are available, of course. Talking about food, I must be hungry, but I'm hungry for more darts action like this. 86, 82. So no 12 darter to take us the distance. But this will wrap things up in style, wouldn't it? 124 for a 12 darter of his own. Treble 18 for the bullseye. Not possible, so Jacobs will be back to take us the distance. And after 4 consecutive breaks, are we going to see 2 consecutive holds? 52 for 3-3. Does the hard bit by hitting the single right in the middle of the 12. And he takes it out brilliantly. The angle of the 12 was blocking my view, but the reaction from Jacobs clearly suggested that it was in, and we are going the distance. It's been a cracking match this. Best of luck, gents. Someone's got to win it. Who's it going to be? We're about to find out. Not a true treble visit this time from Jacobs, but a 180 and a timely maximum from him. We've had 2 from Clemens. And Hobbs with a 180. He's on a 9 darter to wrap things up. He's still on a 9. He's still on a 9. He's still on a 9. Unbelievable darts here in Bristol. A 180 backed up with a 174. And will we see a 9 dart finish to wrap things up? Best of luck, Jake. And the chorus of boos ring out. Rubbish, Jake. Only kidding, that's brilliant darts from him. And leaves himself 90 after 9. Toby's done very little wrong, has he? And he's on 221 after 12, but it should be plain sailing from here. But this match has not gone to plan one little bit, has it? I've no idea what the plan was in the first place. I threw my papers away after the first leg. We're freestyling it here in Bristol. Misses the big single with his opponent now on 164. So where are we at here? 37 required. Is that 12 a blocker for the 5? No, it's not. So double 16 to win the match. A mile away, but his opponent's on 164. He should be back. But what do I know? Both these youngsters have been excellent. A trebleless visit to the relief of Jacobs. And to get over the winner line from 3-2 down, it's been a brilliant turnaround. They look tricky darts, don't they, the lie of the first 2. Moves across, creates the angle. And he goes inside. And suddenly from being on 221, 6 darts later, he's on 108. And this is to win on the blind side, up the rails. It's still possible. He wants the treble. Doesn't get the treble. So double 8 coming back for Jacobs. Rightfully taking his time. A wipe of the brow. Pass me that cloth, my mate. What an epic match this has been. 2-8. 2-8's landed. Jacobs, a relieved youngster. And Toby Clemens take a bow also. That was a brilliant match from both players. But it's Hobbs who progresses to the round of 32. A round of 32 match that we'll have coming up in a few minutes. Take a breath, everyone. Get the kettle on. Be right back. That's fun. Welcome back to the action, folks. And alongside me once again is Dylan Moss. We're going to be guiding you through this crunch round of 32 match before I hand you over to Dylan to cover a match or two on his own. But this is event number 6 champion, Alfie Cook. And our first time back on the live stream board since that win, that epic win yesterday. Dylan, were you impressed with Alfie yesterday? You had to be, didn't you?
I was, yeah. I remember there's quite a few of us down with the management team, and we all went back to the house because I think they all had some early exits in the afternoon. It worked the best of days. So we all went back to the house and we were having a game of Scrabble, and we started watching the final. We had it on in the background and we had to pause the game for 10-15 minutes while we watched that dominant performance in the final from Alfie Cook.
Yeah, I was going to say, despite being an extended format in the final, it wouldn't have had to be paused the game of Scrabble for too long, because after that opening leg from Jackie Boy, which was quality, Alfie really did dominate, didn't he?
Yeah, it was a very, very good performance from Alfie.
Both players averaging 87 in that final.
And it's good to see how Alfie's come on, because I remember seeing him at the foundation so the last couple of years, and he's always had the quality, but then he's always had 1 or 2 games that's let him down in a tournament where he's dipped, and it will knock him out because it's the way it works. If you have a bad game, you can't afford any bad games, or you'll go. And he seemed to get that out of his game now, and he's always around that late 70s, early 80s mark, as Charlie Greensmith kicks off with a maximum in the opening visit of this match. He's won the bull up and he kicks off with a maximum. You'll win a lot of legs doing that.
Yeah, absolutely. The amount of legs that matches that we've started off with 180s and 140s, and that match with Jacobs, I'm sure every leg that he had kick-started with a 2 treble visit, and until that final leg where he got the 180 away. So it was.
He gets one of his own.
I'd call out Ryan Brandley-esque because Ryan Brandley, when he won his 4 events last year, he kicked off nearly every event that he won was with a 2 treble visit at least.
Yeah, some player Ryan Brandley, and I'm sure he'll go on to do some amazing things in the PDC.
Yeah, absolutely, and already done so in the development tour, hasn't he, by winning the tournament last season. But you're only as good as your next tournament. I'm sure Ryan Brandley, despite his disappointment at the UK Open, will be one of the hot prospects of the development tour, and get his tour card eventually. His tour card player waiting to happen, isn't he?
Yeah, and I can tell you now that Charlie didn't mean that treble 15. He'd wanted the treble 10 because it leaves a lesser seed 17 check out. But the 17 goes in 2, and it's a 5 visit leg for Charlie Greensmith. Not much you can do about that, Alfie. Alfie got a 180 in that leg and didn't get anything, didn't even get a look.
Yeah, when you think as well, the form coming into this one, Charlie Greensmith, both with 4-1 victories. Alfie Cook beating Edward Taylor Harden, wasn't it? And there was a 4-1 victory for Charlie over Riley Pinholm, and it was an 84 average for Charlie. So he's coming into this match in fine fettle, isn't he? 84 average.
Very good player, Charlie Greensmith. I remember last year he was on Foundation Tour Phase 1, obviously the introduction of 2 phases of Foundation Tour last year, and he was in a very good spot to gain his tour card and a spot at the World Championships from Phase 1, and then he broke his arm, so he was unable to play the final weekend. So it didn't give him the chance to get that card, but after his arm was all back to normal and better, he bounced back even better and got his card through Phase 2. Which, in a way, is probably the reason, as much as it's entry numbers, as we're selling out pretty much every Foundation Tour now because of the Luke Littler effect, it is another reason as to why Phase 2 is a good thing, because anything could happen in Phase 1. You could have a bout of illness or anything could happen, but it's good to see Charlie bounce back.
Yeah, not what you want when you're playing solid darts, is it? And no. I'm sure the broken bone wasn't he'd been gutted about that, but it wasn't his funny bone, was it?
No. Oh, it might have been his funny bone, but I bet he didn't find it funny.
Absolutely.
Tops Cook, and he gives Charlie a chance at the big fish. I don't think we've seen one on the stream this weekend.
No, we haven't. I know Kaya Basil hit one on the back end of the last weekend of the Advanced Tour last year, but we haven't seen one in there so far this weekend, have we?
No, I did see one from Greensmith. The Cook needs to get this. Double 10 last start. Oh, and he slipped.
And when you talk about Alfie as well, like the back when we were at Coventry and next to where the station was for the tournament director, you've got the practice board there next to it, and
Yeah.
Alfie wasn't happy with his setup, and you know what a difference a few months makes,
Yeah,
doesn't it?
And it is just all you need to do is and a good check out from Charlie, and Alfie beats himself up there. He needs to calm down. It's Charlie's darts now. Here it is. So he's got a chance for another 3-0 lead here, Charlie. Good performances from Charlie. But yeah, the thing about the equipment is people need to realise that the people on this stream are only young. They've got plenty of time to play around with equipment, and it does look like Alfie's finally found what he's best with.
Yeah, outstanding. Like I say, his grouping on the treble 20s yesterday was outstanding, and we all know that he's capable of doing it. But actually, to bring it in a 64-player event of the Advanced Tour was absolutely fantastic from Alfie.
You do feel as soon as Alfie's first start goes in the treble, as long as it's not on that bottom wire, you feel like he can follow it. And even when it is on that bottom wire, he does sometimes follow it. Just point proven, although he's not followed it for some reason. Why has he done that? Just proving me wrong again.
Well, against the throw here, and he's still yet to make inroads on the Greensmith throw. 2-0 down could become 3-0, and you're not going to get much change 3-0 down against Charlie Greensmith, are you?
No, you're not. Charlie's a very good player, just in general, but if you get him ahead, then you're not going to get much from him. A great 140 there from Alfie Cook for a still finish.
Yeah, that's more like it.
The 143 that could see him get back into this contest. Charlie needs to get his maths right now. Should we switch into the 18s or bull? 12's an option. He does go 18s. It leaves the 164. You'd back Alfie to win this leg from here. Is he going to win it with a ton topper? Not in this visit, he's not. And he'll hope to leave something less than a ton. And he does only because he's hit the treble, though. And it is a 92 finish, which is very doable for Alfie Cook. But will he get a shot? He will, as Charlie Greensmith can't take out this one. So, and that's unfortunate. He should stay there, though. 120 is a lot easier, and he's hit the bull again. That's what class players can do. They can bounce back from a bounce out.
Yeah, so with several missed darts, 3 in hand, Alfie Cook, you normally find a checkout comes in handy, and 92 would have been very handy considering the scoreboard.
Very, very lucky not to bust that there, Alfie Cook.
It was almost as if he went for the treble 20, wasn't it?
I don't blame Charlie for starting on the and I wouldn't have blamed him because he's hit the bull twice in his last 2 darts. One of them did bounce out, all of them. There we go. Alfie Cook gets himself a leg on the board, and it is the break back. We're back on throw. Alfie Cook will throw for a level game.
Yeah, if you're Alfie Cook to get that with the first start, that's going to be a sigh of relief, isn't it? And yes, he was angry with himself when he went 2-0 down. Certain players, they need a little G up, and how they go about it, as long as it's in a respectful manner, it's not affecting the thrower.
Yeah.
It's sometimes you can, if you're too relaxed or you take the fire away from a player, they're not able to respond in the manner that they need to.
It does show sometimes a bit of, and it's when people say that they don't agree with the Gezi Price raw or the Van Gerwen raw, sometimes it does G the player up and help them. So.
Yeah, and a lot of players will use that as well as a motivation themselves to say, "Oh, I'm not having him do that to me," or "What's he doing that for?" So again, it's positives in some sense, but other players, it can also G the other player up as well.
Yeah. Yeah, because some players do think, "Oh my lord, why have you done that against me? I'm going to batter you now," so it can help.
Yeah, so it's fascinating, isn't it, how the psychological side thing works with darts.
Charlie Greensmith looks to get a 180 of his own, and because he's strayed, it doesn't leave a finish. Alfie Cook should be first to a finish after this visit. Can he get a treble? He can. Good switch. Leaves 1-2-2 when he returns, but what will Charlie Greensmith leave? He'll look to leave something less than a ton, ideally. A 2-darter is what he wants. He'll take a 1-darter.
Brilliant adjustment with that second dart, wasn't it, Dylan?
Yeah, it was. And sometimes a dart just below the wire can actually help because you can move over and you know that you've got to go higher. So Alfie goes for bull and he's snatched it. He's not happy with that. Charlie Greensmith will get a shot at 68 to break straight back and get our third consecutive break of throw, and he does get it, and he's one away from victory. Alfie Cook, as you can clearly see, not happy with that one.
Yeah, and I think that setup was set up by the ton as well beforehand. That adjustment with the second dart. And it was a brilliant attempt with the bullseye, wasn't it? But well, not so much the bullseye, but to set the bullseye up. But Charlie's timing's been brilliant in this match, hasn't it?
Yeah, it hasn't. He's hit them good as much as, and you can see that by the averages. As much as it's been close, Charlie's good visits have come at a good time. Lennon Wharf and Jack Johnson, our first players through to the last 16. They have got wins over Kyle Davidson and Alfie Moore, respectively.
Yeah, great performance from Lennon as he dips his toe into the round of 16 for the first time. 12-year-old, bright future ahead of him.
Great player, Lennon Wharf, and a lot of the players will know him. He's sponsored by Target. He's got great backing behind him. Dad's great. He'll take you anywhere.
Yeah, his dad's a fine gentleman, isn't he? And like I say, behind every good youngster is either a great sponsorship team and also the role of the parent, isn't it? And
yeah, and it does go out. It does have to go out.
A family member.
Parents and sponsors and managements. They're not easy being away. A lot of the time, it's not cheap. I can tell you that. A lot of people think, oh, it's only darts and a dartboard. It's not that expensive. But when you add hotels and petrol and food and drink and entry fees, it all tops up.
Absolutely, it's like I say, it's the money set aspect thing's massive, obviously, but also you can't beat time. Someone who gives up the time, that's got to be the most important thing overall, hasn't it?
They are long days if you're not playing.
And the weekend after weekend, aren't there? So it's like I say, it's not just the Advanced Tour. There's so many other tournaments going on.
Like Alfie Cup has given up after that last dart. Not happy with his performance here. As Charlie Greensmith leaves himself on 96 for a victory. What can Alfie do? He's a champion for a reason. What can he bounce back and hit? He needs to stop beating himself up because it's only going to spur Charlie on. It's a great 1-2-1 to leave 67 if Charlie can't take out 96. Treble 21st. Can't get it. Is it double-double? It's 2 19s. It is. He's got the first. Oh, and he's just hit the flight and it's just gone below the wire. So Alfie Cook gets a reprieve at this 67.
What a climax to the match that would have been with a double-double, wouldn't it? 19.
He doesn't care where that last dart goes. He believes that Charlie Greensmith's going to take this 38 out. He's splitting it. He's got the big six. Ghost dart, double 16 for the win. And he finds it. Charlie Greensmith is our first winner in round 2 of Advanced Tour number 8 on the stream board. He beats Alfie Cook by 4 legs to 1.
Yeah, what a difference a day makes. And Alfie Cook outstanding yesterday, but the match went to the rightful owner in Charlie Greensmith there. Not good for Alfie Cook there in terms of the scoreline performance, but most certainly Charlie Greensmith's going to be a threat as the tournament progresses. Arthur Allison's through against Harley Glykos 4-0. Yeah, 96 average there. We saw Arthur on our live stream before as well. What a talent he is. We've got a very interesting climax to our tournament. I'll hand you over to Dylan Moss, who's got our next match. He's going to be doing this solo. So sit back and enjoy the next match with Dylan, and I'll be back shortly, folks.
Welcome back, folks. You join us for our second round game here between Ridley Ladigus and Joseph Westby here in Hangar 61 in Patchway in Bristol. And Ridley is forward first for the ball, although they've drew on the ball. They've both hit 25. Joe Westby, a great player. This is his third year on the Advanced Tour now. He's managed to keep his card the last 2 years. Ridley, I think he's had a couple of years on the Advanced Tour as well. So it should be a great contest. Quite neck and neck, these two. Joe Westby playing some really good stuff in local vaults back in my neck of the woods in the ADC Northwest. He's been winning quite a few vaults with some ex-pros in there, such as Steve Coote and Matt Clark, sorry. So this should be hotting up as a great game. Ridley won his opening game in this tournament against Turgle Ku. He won that 4-2 with a 73 average. I actually watched that game myself. Joe Westby won his opening game in this tournament against Reggie Woodmore with just shy of a 70 average. He whitewashed Reggie to win that game 4-0. Latest players through to the third round is Archie Self. He's just beat Elias van Brussels of Belgium by 4-0. Scores on the doors on other boards. Board 2, Aaron De Ridder takes a 3-2 lead over Kyle Gilding. Jack Marshall's 3-1 up over Craig Devlin, who we saw earlier. Alfio Flynn Rogers, who we've seen a couple of times today, is 3-1 down to Max Young. Jaden Walker, winner of Event 1 today, 3-0 up on Alfie Armitage. Belgians Jason Goosens and Reggie Woolard, who was very impressive in defeat to Mitchell Laurie earlier. He's 1-1 with Jason Goosens. Speaking of Mitchell Laurie, he's just took the second leg against Jake Hobbs. That's 1-1. Kaya Basil has just took the second leg against Lucas Milligan. That's also 1-1. And this game's just getting started. And Addison Hefferon and Owen Bryceland, two players who we've also seen today, they're also just getting started at 0-0. And I can confirm that Jaden Walker has just completed that victory in a 4-0 win over Alfie Armitage. Back to the game that we see on the stream board now. And both have not started the way they would have liked in the average stake, but they are neck and neck still, so they won't be too fussed as they are neck and neck. And Joe will be looking to hit a 180, which he doesn't, but he hits a 140, which leaves the 130. Ridley will look to find two trebles here to also leave a finish, and he's not going to do that. And apologies to any lip readers there. 130 for Joe. He doesn't have to worry about going to the bull with his last dart if he finds the treble, because Ridley's not on a finish. He does switch to the 18s on that last dart to leave double 18 when he returns. A reminder that this is on Ridley's darts as well, so we won't be too pleased with this opening leg on throw. He's only left 90 after 8 visits to the board. Ben Townley and Lex Passhauser are warming up on board 8 now. That should be a very good game as Ben Townley looks to make it through to the last 16 for the first time this weekend. And Joe Westby does break through with a 23 dart leg on double 9. He won't care about his average and he won't care how many darts it took him. He's brought the throw and he's kicked off with a very steady ton on his own darts. Ridley seems to be snatching now, and it does show how mental 25 minutes ago it can be. A very, very good performance from Ridley against Turgle Ku literally minutes ago, and his performance has dropped. I don't know if it's pressure of the stream or the pressure that he's on a stage, I don't know, but he is struggling in this contest. But having that, Ridley's got the experience to bounce back. And there we go, we do see him bounce back. Treble first dart, he does struggle to follow it though. When you look at that first dart, you'd have expected him to follow it. Kaya Basil and Mitchell Laurie have both took the lead over Lucas Milligan and Jake Hobbs respectively. And they are looking to make it through to the last 16. In event 2 of the day, Mitchell Laurie won't be too pleased with where he finished in event 1. He'll be looking to bounce back, and he has won, I want to say, 4 advanced tours out of the 7 played so far. So no matter what happens in this tournament, he will have won half of the events, but he'll be looking to go over half Something's happened with the scoreboard. I think the iPad's gone off again. There is something on the iPad holder on the stage. It does keep messing up. So we will just take a brief moment while they fix the iPad. I think it's been fixed though now, as Ben Townley and Lex Passhauser are now underway over on board 8. Jack Johnson and Charlie Greensmith. Charlie Greensmith, the player who we've just seen, are now warming up, and that's our first last 16 game. That's taking place over on board 4. Jack Johnson will look to make his 4th final of the weekend and look to do a perfect run. He'll look to win one though. He's yet to win one of them finals, as Ridley correctly starts on the 18s on 308. But due to the fact that he's not been able to hit a treble, he cannot leave a finish. Bit of a scrappy contest this, but it's been close nevertheless, as Joe Westby doesn't leave a finish due to him not hitting a treble. Ridley will look to be the first person to a finish. He'll go downstairs, back up, and you just see the shake of the head. And even though the averages show you that this has not been the best of games, when they're missing, they're not far away. They are all around. They're not spotting them everywhere. As Joe Westby is the first player to a finish, and he will come back for that 92. How much pressure can Ridley put on it though? Not too much. He leaves 154. But if Joe Westby misses this, if Ridley was to take that, it could just spur him on and it could kickstart this game for Ridley. As Joe leaves himself on tops, nicely placed. Should Ridley miss this 154? Where's he going? Looks like he's going upstairs, and he is, and he's just straight into the treble 5. Should go downstairs now, and he does. Leaves himself on 58. Should Joe miss, starts at tops. But Joe is a very solid player, and you'd expect him to take this tops out. Just taking a brief moment before he threw that dart at tops. He gives himself a mark, but he goes low. So double 10, last dart in hand. And he's straight inside, so Ridley does get a shot at this 58 to level this contest up. And I think that dart sums them 2 darts do sum this contest up for Ridley Ladigus. He does leave himself nicely placed on double 8 should Westby miss 3 more. But it's double 5 for Joe. Good marker. And again, he's given himself a marker, but he's dragged it into the single with the second dart. So Ridley does come back now, and he does need to take this. Double 8 to break back. Good marker. Can he use it? He's going to try and go high. And he's just not come inside. They're all in a line, them darts. They're not far away. And it's double 2 for Joe Westby to deservedly have a 2-0 lead in this contest. And he finds it. 2-0 lead for Joe Westby. He gives his start a kiss. He knows he's not played the best here. But he won't care. He's 2-0 up. As much as it's all well and good throwing good averages on the stream board, he's got the 2-0 lead, and that's all that matters. Scores on the doors. Reggie Woolard has took a 3-1 lead over Jason Gusens. Kaya Basil has just put himself into the last 16 with a great 93 average and a 4-1 win over Lucas Milligan. Mitchell Laurie 1 away from victory after he beat, for the second time today, Jack Nankervis in his first game. He's 3-1 up on Jake Hobbs. Owen Bryceland fly into a win over Addison Hefferon. That's 3-0. 92 average there for the young Scotsman. Ben Townley 1-0 up over Lex Passhauser. Another scrappy first leg in that game, but Ben won't care. Caleb Gascoigne and Northern Irishman Christian Ennis have just got started. That's 0-0. And in the third round, Jack Johnson has a 1-0 lead over Charlie Greensmith, and Jack Marshall and Arthur Alston are playing their first leg in the third round. And Reggie Woolard has just booked his spot into the third round with a 4-1 victory over the Belgian Jason Gusens. A much better leg here from Ridley, but he might not get anything for it, as Joe has took the darts off him, as they say. He leaves himself on 193. Ridley Ladigus needs a treble to leave a finish. Not going to get it. He leaves a nice 200. As Jake Hobbs pegs Mitchell Laurie back. He gets a leg back. 3-2 that now. That could turn into a scrap. Mitchell has just come through a last leg decider with Jack Nankervis. he might have to come through another with Jake Hobbs. So Ridley does get a treble. A 104 is much more makeable than 150. 150 for Joe, he's not going to get it. That leaves 86, so he should go to the 18s. It could go bull if you don't like double 16. We know he's a tops and 10s man, but I don't know how much he hates it by. And judging by that dart, he don't want to go to double 16. 104 for Ridley. He's gone the 16s route. I like that route, although he's unlucky not to find a treble there. Both on the wires. And despite Ridley's 56 average here, the amount of darts that he has plunged on the wire of that treble bed, it's been so unlucky. 82 for Joe. Finds the 25. 17 for Tops. Tops it is. He drags it low again. They're all dragging them low on the doubles. Ridley needs to get this leg on the board. Double 6. Last start, double 3. No one likes it down there, and neither does Ridley. Double 10 for Joe Westby for a 3-0 lead. Can he find it? Last start, double 5. He gets it, and that's what stings the most for Ridley. It's a 3-0 lead for Joseph Westby. It's a just shy of a 60 average here for Joe, as Mitchell Laurie does put himself through to the last 16. Lex Passhauser gets a leg over Ben Townley. That's 1-1. Charlie Greensmith's got a leg over Jack Johnson. Owen Bryceland has won 4-1. Addison did get a leg back, so it's not a whitewash for Owen, but he won't care. He's through with an 85 average. Aaron D. Ridder and Archie Self have now just started in the last 16, and Lennon Wharf, who we were talking about just before with Carl, has now warming up with Max Young in the 3rd round. Caleb Gascoigne has took the opening leg over history maker Northern Irishman Christian Ennis, the first and only player on the Advanced Tour from Northern Ireland. We're hoping for more from that neck of the woods. There's some very good players that have come from Northern Ireland. I know there's a few. Jacob Todd, notably, he never got himself onto the Advanced Tour. Arthur Alston doubles his lead over Jack Marshall, 2-0 lead in that game. Ridley's thrown a good leg here. Looks like he's getting himself back in this. 155 for Ridley to break back. Plenty of time to tidy this leg up. What's he going to leave? He's left 96. He can just steadily set these up now. Charlie Greensmith takes a lead over Jack Johnson. Is it the first time in a tournament that Jack Johnson this weekend hasn't made it through to the final, as Joe Westby plays very well, hitting 719s in that visit. He's waiting now if Ridley misses. Double 8 for Ridley. And he's dragged it. He will come back if Joe can't take the 1-2-1. This 1-2-1 is for the match. He started on the ball. I don't know why he's done that. Everything's gone low. I wouldn't have done that. He's left himself tops. Should Ridley miss 3 more? There has been quite a few missed doubles in this contest. But the way this leg's gone for Ridley, I'd back himself to get this double. He's thrown a very good leg here for Ridley. And he does find it. He breaks Joe Westby back. It's 3-1 now. And on his own darts, Ridley's thrown for 3-2. And then you're only a leg behind then. Ben Townley goes ahead over Lex Passhauser, and so does Archie Self. He's 1-0 up over Aaron D. Ridder. It's a big rivalry between Archie Self and Aaron D. Ridder. They played quite a few times in the last set of foundation tours. I'm pretty sure they played in the semi-final at one point. And it did go to a last leg decider. It was a very close last leg decider as well. Ridley, he was starting to get his darts back, but then he started to stray. And Joe will be looking to step in. Needs a treble, you feel. It's a steadied visit, though, from Joe. Jack Johnson levels it up over Charlie Greensmith. Arthur Alston goes one away from victory. He's 3-0 up over Jack Marshall. And Lennon Wharf takes the opening leg against Young's Scotsman in Max Young. Christian Ennis levels up against Caleb Gascoigne, and that's 1-1, as we see Joe Westby firing a maximum, and that could be the nail in Ridley's grave. And there you go. He's just lobbing him at the bull now. He's given up, you feel. Little smile there from Joe. He's just going to throw big numbers, you feel. Stare to the camera. He knows what he's got to do to get this game done. He's really going to throw these away. He is. He's not happy with his performance, and fair enough. The first 3 legs were pretty poor from Ridley. It's not the performance that we expect from him. He's a very good player. His 4th leg was a very good leg, to be fair to him. And it is tops for the match. Shanghai for Joe Westby. He's gone high, but he's got plenty of time, you feel, to tidy this up. Is Ridley just going to throw these? No, he's going to properly go. He's going to put some pressure on. He's thinking, where have you been all game? And fair enough. He leaves 68 should Joe miss. We've seen him miss a few darts at tops. He's dragging them low. He doesn't miss this time. Joe Westby's through to the last 16 with a 4-1 win over Ridley Ladigus. Ben Townley takes a 3-1 lead over Lex Passhauser. Aaron DeRidder levels up over Archie Self, and Jack Johnson goes 1 away from a quarter-final in a 3-2 lead over Charlie Greensmith. And we will be back after this short break with our first last 16 contest on the stream board. We are thinking that it is probably going to be the winner of Ben Townley, Lex Passhauser versus the winner of Caleb Gascoigne, Christian Ennis. Stay tuned, folks. We'll be back after this short break.
Welcome back, folks. And as Dylan Moss draws breath, man of many talents, he's come from the commentary box to punch the numbers in for our girls' final, as we promised. Alongside me, I've got a very special guest. Welcome to Joe Witt.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Yes, and of course, good timing with it being the girls' final, and you've got vested interest in the girls, as not just with your new academy that you've started. Congratulations on that in Farringdon, but you've also got two of your young bands in action, haven't you?
I do, yeah, I do. Lola's just been beaten by Macy in the semi-finals. Really good game. She missed 9 darts at a double, I think, in the last leg. Very unlucky, but Macy's absolutely on form at the moment. She's unstoppable.
Yeah, absolutely. And when we talk about that, you've also got Lily, who was in the inaugural JPL and just missed out on the final qualifying for the JPL, which was unlucky for her. But Lola was there by right, and she's certainly making up for what her sister's unfortunately missed out on, hasn't she?
Definitely. Lily was gutted get beat in the final, but it was a really good final against Kirsten Kelsey, who's obviously doing the world of good for herself now in the girls series and in the JPL. I think she only did county youth beforehand, so she's actually playing a little bit more girls darts now. So it's the girls standard at the moment is just getting better and better, and it's great to see that we've got 32 girls here today. We had 36 yesterday, compared to like maybe a couple of years ago when we was struggling to get 16. So yeah, it's been a real progression.
Yeah, and when you look at the strength and depth, I mean, of course, we've had the Paige Paulin and Becca Allens, but now you've got Macy playing as the main challenger now that Paige is absent. It's a big year for Becca Allen, obviously being her last year, and she's so determined to do well. But the progression of Lola, as we saw for the second half of the year, it's refreshing to see, isn't it?
Absolutely.
As Macy gets things underway in our final, a first to 4, a repeat of yesterday's final, of course, event number 3, which went in the favour of Macy Gibbons, 4-1. It's 2 wins on the spin for Macy this weekend. She beat Becca Allen also on JPL Friday night. And it was a JPL Friday night that Lola also got the better of Becca, wasn't it? A fine display from Lola in that 4-1 victory.
100%. She didn't put a foot wrong, really. Everything that she went for, she hit. And she's got a bit of confidence on that stage. So, yeah, she's definitely a stage player.
Yeah, me and Paul Nicholson were discussing about true darts, and of course, all these youngsters are quality and they've got throw true darts, but it was almost a bit of Kaya Basel about Lola, the way that her darts went in. They were very straight. They were just smooth. They were very accurate, and Becca, if you're going to catch Becca, maybe it's the first match back following her absence in the first weekend. It was a better performance from her in the second match against Macy, but we know the quality of Becca as well. So it's going to be a fascinating Friday night as well. It's going to be a fascinating final here. Macy, as we say, she's won 2 out of the 3 events. Becca Allen reaching the final course on her first girls series event of the campaign, and she looks to go one better here. 82 after 15 darts for Sparkles. A real Bobby Dazzler shirt. Would you don a shirt like that?
I'm very good friends with Bobby George, actually, and I think he'd be really impressed with that.
Well, it takes a real man to don salmon, doesn't it? So
does.
I think we'd pull it off, mate.
Absolutely.
We talk about talents and aspirations. As Becca takes the opening leg, a nice 19 dart break, and that's a statement of intent, shall we say, against the win machine that is Macy Gibbons right now.
It's a great dart, that wasn't it? Straight in there, plumb in the middle, that double top.
Yeah, Becca's got fight, and she's also got quality. She'll want to prove that she's top dog to finish off the weekend. But Macy's just so robotic, isn't she? It's Terminator-esque. You don't know whether she scored 26 or 180, do you?
I can never tell by her face if she's winning or losing. You have to have a look at the scoreboard. But you might notice here with Rebecca, she's actually got a different pair of glasses on today. Do you know why? She actually left her original glasses in her Uber this morning, and she's wearing her manager's glasses, I believe.
Yeah,
so she's doing really well, actually.
I did hear that. I just assumed they'd been located.
No, I think she's borrowing a pair of glasses so she can actually see. So yeah, she's done really, really well.
If she does win today, do you think our manager's going to see them glasses again?
Not too sure whether.
But both players, it's fascinating as well, isn't it, with certain players wearing contact lenses, since we're on that theme, and how players play with their glasses, and especially on the big stage where the light can be, you know, it takes a bit of adjustment, it takes experience, doesn't it?
Definitely. I remember Lola when she first went on the stage, and she did say that the light was affecting her glasses, and she sort of had to change where she stood. But she seems to be doing quite well with it now.
Yeah, she certainly is, and we look forward to a JPL night in 2 weeks' time. Hot on the heels of event 4 for the girls, and another double top, and that's a 16 dart holder throw. Halfway to victory is Becca Allen. 3 wins in the girls series in 2025. Macy's already on 2. She's playing catch up as Becca, but it's going to be a fascinating year, not just as we say in the boys, but with 32 to 36 players of a consistent level in the girls. It's going to be interesting to see how that series develops.
And it's nice to see everyone talking about the girls. We always get comments from sort of like the likes of Gemma Hayter, you know, watching these sort of events just to see what the next up and coming are for the sort of PDC Women's Series. You know that Rebecca's obviously played in that. So yeah, it's great that the pros are actually keeping an eye on the youngsters coming through.
Yeah, and Macy Gibbons, she went over to the Isle of Man, did she? She won the girls event over there.
She did.
Gemma Hayter, did she win the senior girls?
I believe she did, yeah.
Yeah, so great. Gemma Hayter, a quality player as well, isn't she? And she, I don't know her personally, but you can get the sense she's got such a lovely personality.
She's a lovely lady. She's always gives advice. She joins our TikTok lives and stuff, and she always says if you need any help with anything, just send us a message. You know, give you a little bit of advice. It's great when you've got sort of people backing you up like that.
Yeah, and I love the TikTok live when you were going around yesterday and today, and as I'm sat at the tournament directors table, shall we say, just chilling out this morning, and I was updating you that Jamie of the JDC was infecting us with his man flu. But yeah, it's fair. It's really is to get around how you do, and it's to get the players who are fans who are watching to cheer on the friends, and just to get an insight into the build up to the event. It's a real good thing that you do.
Definitely. And that was a lovely tops there from Macy. They're loving the tops at the moment.
Yeah, they certainly are, and it's a much needed tops, wasn't it? Because a much needed holder throw, as both players averaging 75, shows the quality of these two finalists. The best 2 players in the girls' game right now, isn't it? And Lola's hot on the heels of that.
I think so. You've got to have these two that people can look up to and go, actually, I want to be a part of that sort of. Instead of it being a top 2, I want it to be a sort of top 8 girls, you know, and the ones that are just starting can see what they need to build towards.
Becca Allen edged out Lucy Shepherd. Lucy Shepherd had 2 games in the opening weekend of the JPL on the Friday night, and she got a win and a draw. So Lucy's another player to watch out for, isn't she, moving forward?
Definitely.
But threats here of an instant break back, and 2-2 as both players will look to go halfway. Well, Rebecca obviously will look to go 1 leg away from victory, but brilliant visit from Becca. A fascinating final, isn't it? It's a closer final than what we had yesterday. As Joe and I are edging closer, squirming closer to the edge of our seats.
That was very unlucky.
Great attempt.
Girls seem to be favouring tops.
Yeah, I think it's certainly from watching Macy, that seems to be her MO, doesn't it?
Definitely.
Tops and 10s. Why not 5s? Well, this is in the wheelhouse of Becca if she can get her first start in. As the commentator's curse strikes once again, finds her with a second dart, can only apply the pressure. So Macy to bring it to 2-2. This time she makes no mistake. And Joe, so a little bit about your academy back home in just around the corner, really, isn't it?
It is, yeah. We're only about 50 minutes away from Hangar 61, but yeah, we've got a Farringdon Academy. We've got a girls only academy. I think we were the first ever girls only academy. We had a few of the girls that come to the sort of mixed one, and they were a little bit taken back by the atmosphere of, it's not too rowdy, but when you're playing in front of boys, it can get a little bit, too much for them. So we decided to have our own dedicated girls academy, and it's come on leaps and bounds. I've now got 15 girls in my whole academy.
Fantastic.
And I've got 5 of them on the girls series tour.
Fantastic, yeah. And as you say, as they progress, and then they'll automatically develop into probably the mix, and they'll feel more comfortable with playing against the boys.
100%. So Lauren started out in my Monday academy, and she just went from strength to strength. Needed an extra test, so I moved her to the Wednesday academy with the likes of Luke Cox is there, who's on the advanced tour. Woody's now on there, so the counting side of it, it all helps her.
Absolutely, yes. It seems like the foundation too with the JDC and with the advanced tour, the stepping stones. You've got it, Bob, on in terms of what you're doing with your academies there. So congratulations on that, and look forward to seeing how that progress develops.
Thank you very much.
I know it's a big passion as a family and from a personal point of view. So back on tops here to turn this match on its head from 2-0 down. Becca Allen can only apply the pressure. Double 10.
It's a cracking dart.
Yeah, and Macy didn't panic when she was 2-0 down, did she? And as we say, she's very straight-faced and doesn't give nothing away. And from being 2-0 down to 3-2 up, you still wouldn't have a clue, would you, what the...
Absolutely not. Just the focus on them both, really. It's just, it's immense. You, as you say, you can't tell if she's hit a 180 or a 26.
And from an international point of view, George, are you still involved with the England setup?
I am involved with the England setup, yeah. So it's nice to see my girls playing on the girls series, but alongside that is the advanced tour, and I do like to keep an eye on the my current England team that it is at the moment. It's been swapping week to week. The advanced tour is just amazing. If you've never watched it before, the advanced tour is unbelievable standard, and I'm very, very lucky. It makes my job as England manager very easy, the way that these English players are playing. And it's also good to look at the likes of Mitchell Laurie and to see he's keeping Owen Bryceland, obviously, both in the JPL. We've got Christian Ennis now in the JPL. And so he'll be representing sort of Northern Ireland. It's good to see the international players.
Yeah, like Turgle and his young friend. That's Turgle's obviously based in the UK now, isn't he? And
yeah.
Is his young friend as well over?
Or? Not 100%.
Because like I say, he's just in his first year, but Turgle obviously being number 1, he's now based in the UK, and it's going to be I think the best move for him to do that. A move that had to be made at some stage.
Definitely, definitely.
Yeah, and obviously with England with Jaden Walker and but you've got your next tier down, haven't you? Your Leo Howards, and there's so many players that are on the next ready to take that step up.
Definitely. There's so many players that are looking to move up.
So 2 14s to become champion of event number 4, and there it is. 3 tournament wins out of 4 events for Macy Gibbons. The win streak continues, and Becca Allen is the bridesmaid once again this weekend. But we know that this is just stepping stones to greatness for Becca Allen. She will be back. She's got the quality. But it's Macy Gibbons' weekend. She's won events number 3 and number 4, and an 80.34 average to boot. She really is box office. And we'll see both these girls back in action in a fortnight's time in the JPL. And stay with us, folks. We've got a round of 16 match and the final few matches of what's been a cracking weekend in Bristol. Stay with us, folks, and thank you very much, Joe.
You're very welcome, very welcome. Thank you for inviting me, and I've really enjoyed it, and hopefully I'll come back in a few more.
We'll have an update in a few weeks' time, no doubt.
100%.
Thank you very much, Joe. Stay with us, folks. We'll have a match coming up in a few minutes. So hot on the heels of Macy Gibbons's epic turnaround from 2-0 down against Becca Allen to win 4-2 and become back-to-back girls champion this weekend. We've got a quarter-final match. Two giants collide on the stage. The Mitchell Laurie Slayer Owen Bryceland taking on the opening weekend Mitchell Laurie Slayer Christian Ennis. And I say that as a positive for Mitchell Laurie because he's that difficult to beat. But it's Owen Bryceland who had that win in the round of 16 over young Mitchell. It sets up a fascinating clash here with Christian Ennis. Our Junior Power League qualifier. Two debutants in that department and applying themselves very well on the Friday night. And like our final with Jackie Boy and Jaden Walker, this could go 7 legs and be over in 5 minutes. And when you have a win against the likes of Mitchell Laurie, it's being able to then back it up in the following round, which is often difficult to achieve. The old saying of playing your final kind of say after the Lord Mayor show. 20 after 15 for Ennis. But this is an opportunity for a ton topper. Bryceland wide on the double 16, unlucky. And Ennis fires in the double 10, adjusts nicely. 17 dart, break a throw. As we say every time I've seen Christian Ennis on the stream, which has been quite a lot on our Friday night, obviously, and over the course of the 2 weekends, and he never throws a bad game, does he? So consistent. Rock solid. A bit Turgle-esque, shall we say. Capable of throwing in the high 90s, even the 100 mark. He's certainly got a 100 average in him. But very rarely do you see him drop below 78. That's backed up by being 8th in the overall order of merit table. And Owen Bryceland 17th on the order of merit, but that'll of course rise on the back of this performance. And when you look at his route, he's done things the hard way, hasn't he? Because Jack Courtney's played 4-2, he's won. As Owen eyes up another ton topper. Not to be, but he's got time on his side here with Ennis back on 197. Yeah, Mitchell Laurie in the last 16. Young Addison Hefferon in between that. We know how good of a player young Addison is. Sometimes beats himself up, but that's just the expectation he puts on himself. But that youngster's got a bright, bright future ahead of him as Addison Hefferon. Fascinating to see how he performs over the course of the next few weeks as he goes tops. That was for a 2-0 lead. Owen Bryson has to take care of his work here. Getting closer. And more missed darts. And you can't give Christian Ennis too many opportunities because one, he doesn't give you many chances, as is proven there. The door was ajar and he ran straight through it. But he's also going to be difficult to peg back, such as his consistency. Two quarterfinal results to give you. Archie Self is into the semi-final. A 4-1 win over Max Young. And Arthur Alston, a 4-2 win over Charlie Greensmith, who we saw in fine form earlier on. Proper player is Arthur Alston. heavyweight clash of the quarterfinals. And it's gone to Kaya Basel, 4-3 win over Event 7 champion Jaden Walker. So 3 quarterfinalists have become semi-finalists. Who will join him? Will it be Christian Ennis or Owen Bryceland? And at the minute, it's looking like Christian Ennis punishes the trebleless visit and 80 after 12 darts to go 3-0 up and a double break, importantly. But back comes Bryceland. We know the Bandit's got supreme talent, and to think he's only 12. Steps back, a rub of the hands, and a brilliant adjustment from the 10s to 5s. Middle of the double 5. 3-0 and a double break. 1 away from a place in the semi-finals. And looking at that lineup in the semi-finals, you'd make a case for all 5 of them, wouldn't you? If Owen Bryceland's to make a dramatic comeback, or Christian Ennis is to join Kaya Basel, Archie Self and Arthur Alliston. As promised, a Super Sunday at the darts here in Bristol. As we come to a crescendo, event number 8. Jaden Walker lit up event 7. Alfie Cook yesterday lit up event 6. And Mitchell Laurie stormed a victory to make it 4 wins in a row. Record breaking Mitchell Laurie. First player to win 4 Advanced Tour titles off the spin. Luke Littler couldn't achieve it. We know how dominant Luke Littler was at this level. To wrap things up nicely, is that in the double? 2 12s perhaps? One match dart goes astray, but Bryceland on 134 for a 15 darter. And that sums up his match, I think, does Bryceland. We said it'd be difficult to replicate or to back up that winning against Mitchell Laurie. He hasn't played badly, has he? Just a few straight darts and Christian Ennis' superb timing. But double 12 to wrap things up. On the wire. Or it was maybe a hindrance rather than a guide, that second dart. And Bryceland to remain alive. 52 after 15 darts. And this is for a breaker throw, remember. Wastes the dart, he goes 9 and 3. Huge double top in the context of the match. And he drags it low. So Ennis to wrap things up. We've had a 4-3, a 4-2, a 4-1 in our quarterfinals. We now have a 4-0, and it's Christian Ennis who progresses to the semi-finals. The final 4 is announced, and it's going to be a brilliant semi-final that we're going to have on our stream. And imagine with Christian Ennis just featuring in that quarterfinals, that we will have Archie Self against Arthur Alliston, but I could be wrong. It's a 50-50, and I've been known to be wrong in the past. However, it's a semi-final that's coming right up, folks. Stay with us. As promised, hot on the heels of that quarter-final performance there from Christian Ennis in a 4-0 victory. We've got a maximum to get us underway. Arthur Alston against Archie Self. A race to 5 for a place in the final, as Robbie Long just announces the other semi-final that's going to be played out on board number 4. Christian Ennis and Kaya Basel battling it out, and I will keep you posted and updated on what's going on board number 4. But here on the live stream board, we've got a real fascinating contest, because Arthur Alston in his first Advanced Tour season has the quality to be a top 10er, absolutely. He's a potential winner, no doubt. And Archie Self, a prolific winner on the Advanced Tour. 2024, he was the JDC number 1, winning the Advanced Tour, with Jack Nankovic finishing runner-up. And best wishes to Jack Nankovic in the next few events, because he's had some horrendous draws. Our JPL champion. It'd be great to see Jack Nankovic on top form over the coming weeks on our live stream board at the last stages of the tournament. I'm sure that's when, not if. As Arthur Alston takes out a 16-dart holder throw, and that's what you've got to do against Archie Self. We mentioned me and Paul Nicholson on Friday night in the JPL. The numbers that Archie Self can create are mind-boggling. 103 average in week 1. He was the star of the opening weekend of the JPL. 10th in the order of merit. He was higher than that, so this run to the semi-finals at least will certainly put him back in the top 5. But bearing in mind Jaden Walker in 4th has just been beaten in the quarterfinals. Ennis is still in. Ben Townley's just gone out. He should move above Turgle. Possibly not. But anyway, it's a fine display to get to the semi-final, but Archie Self is not satisfied with the semi-final run, is he? When we look at the future, 2 potential tour card holders waiting to happen here. Mentioned how busy Archie Self's been. Now that he's 16, he's been invited straight away down to the Motor Super Series. And after a disappointing Thursday where he struggled for victory, he's really turned it on the Friday and made the finals on the Saturday and reached the semi-final down in Pompey. The only way to go. Archie Self levels things up. It's an 18-dart hold, following a 16-dart hold from Arthur. Top quality tungsten here in Bristol. A race to 5, 1's apiece. Who blinks first? Still plenty mileage in this match. As we mentioned, Arthur Alston down in 19th at the minute, and I don't think that's a true reflection of where he'll be come the end of the 20 events. As we see, certainly be threatening the top 10, if not higher. But you could say that about a lot of players, isn't it? The strength and depth is incredible. And I repeat that all the time because it is incredible, the standard from 32 players where we mentioned before and now 64. It's just increased the entertainment and the competitiveness of our youngsters. And we've got to remember as well, our youngsters, they are young at the end of the day, and they have exams, they have other things going on in their lives. And to perform at the level that they do, it's a cap tip from me. 16-dart hold, it was almost a 15-dart hold there. Great attempt at the 113. And Archie can only pressure it, and he's doing just that. A 180 to leave 35. Brilliant setup. But Alston to close the door firmly in his face, 2 5s. rushed that slightly, and that 180 has created a window of opportunity for the first break of the match. 35 going for Archie. Will it be 15? No, he goes for the lefty. He decides to go 3 double 16. Of course he does. Commentator's curse, Carl. Does so to great effect. What do I know? 2-1 on the first break of the match. Archie self leads. We know how good of a front runner Archie is. And will Arthur rue those 3 missed darts at 10s and 5s? Both averaging mid-80s. And I think the way that this match is going and the way that they're both scoring, feeding off each other in that sense, that the averages could certainly be both in the 90s come the end of this match. But averages, as we say, don't go on trophies. It's all about getting through to the final. First final that we haven't seen Jackie Boy Jack Johnson in. 3 finals in a row. Incredible effort from him this weekend. He was edged out in the last 16 against Charlie Greensmith, who we saw perform very well earlier on our stream. Currently just getting underway, still goalless against Keir Basel against Christian Ennis. We certainly know that in Tungsten that won't be a stalemate for very long. A race to 5, remember. Not on a checkout on 165, so 200 going to set things up. 6 darts from here. He's halved his score. Can he half it again when he returns? For a 3-1 advantage. Good ball management there from Arthur. Takes off the 65 himself. So first pop of the 100 goes Archie. 2 tops. The eye line was suggesting that that was the direction of travel. A tricky first dart, but tops himself, and Arthur Alston is the man who shows him how to go. And an instant break back. Brilliant darts from Arthur. And a nod of approval from Archie. He says, very well done. And with our youngsters, it's all played in great spirit, isn't it? Yes, it's business-like up there, but when someone performs to a level of quality or extra special quality, it's reciprocated with a fist pump or a nod from his opponent. As well as me, I'm like a Churchill dog sat here in the commentary box. Very well done there, Arthur. But moving swiftly on, he's 180 points in front, but Archie at the board here. Remember, it's a race to 5, so not quite halfway there from our 2 semi-finalists. Christian Ennis has got the first leg against Kaya Basel on the board. Our Northern Ireland JPL qualifier. A very good run there from Scotland's Max Young as he reached the quarterfinals. Congratulations to him on the final tournament of the weekend. And as well for Jaden Walker, who was edged out by Keir Basel, winning event 7. So 58 to retake the lead. 2 tops required. He got 2 in the last leg, only required 1 this time. But granite on tops. And Alston takes the lead. He's 3-2 up. We talk about Macy Gibbons being very Terminator-like. And Arthur Alston has a similar kind of focused snarl, doesn't he? And you feel it's a leg that Archie has to win here. Because 4-2 down, with Arthur thrown first in the next leg, it'll require 2 breaks to throw out of the 3 legs required. So Archie needs to be foot perfect here to take us to 3-3. We said how busy he was. He ventured up to the the ADC event on the Sunday, had 120 average in one of his matches there. It was on the non-stream board that I wasn't commentating on, but Archie did reach what the latter stages and make the stream board on what was a busy weekend for after travelling up from Pomby. But that's what you got to do when you've got the success of Archie self. You're going to be doing a lot of travel and a quick turnaround. He's taken it in his stride so far. That looks like a treble 7, so 47 required. 7 for tops with his opponent on the big fish for 3-3. And the top's not working to the effect of Arthur Alston. Only 58, so an extension of the arm for a lefty for two tens. Not even close on the first two, and of course the third dart goes in. We've got a level game, everybody. It's a best of 3 from here. Arthur Alston at the board, but as we say, a massively important leg in the context of the match. Archie self taking out the double 10. Showed his experience there. And a maximum away for Arthur Alston. What a performance it's been from him, averaging 87.18. Backs up the 180 with a ton. Talking about turnarounds, Kaya Basil's turning things around nicely. Was 1-0 down against Christine Ennis. It's now 2-1 to the Burnley Arrowsmith. As I'm watching there, the 180 to open the leg and a 170 there to leave 51 after 9 darts. So potentially 11 dart holder throw. This is dominating stuff from Arthur Alston. Double 16, 11 dart holder throw, a cap tip again, and a fist pump from his opponent. That's quality from Archie self. Not a 180 away, but a very handy 140 from Archie self. In a race to 5, this match deserves a last leg decider, I feel. But Arthur Alston has been quality, hasn't he? Both on 2-6-1 after 6 darts. It's a free roll if you're Arthur Alston in this leg, with a 4-3 scoreline in his advantage and throwing first in the deciding leg next, but he is certainly going to want to get the job done 5-3 here and not have to serve it out. But brilliant from Archie. Another 2 treble visit, pouring it on, and 70 after 12 darts. Oh, an amazing 140. 64 left after 12 for Arthur Alston. But first look at it, a check out is Archie self, who hits the 4. Bullseye required, middle of the bed. And like his tops in previous legs, it's pulled drastically. Double 16 to wrap things up. Followed the second dart, was a long way off. And Archie finds himself back on 47 for a level game. And there it is, 47 taken out, 15 double 16. And a deciding leg. Best of luck. The winner of this leg goes on to the final. Good luck, lads. Switch down the board and then back up to the treble 20 to great effect. Both players matching strides on 99. What a semi-final we've got on our hands. We said that both players could be up at the 90 averages. Arthur Alston has done that, 90.8. And Archie, if he was to win this leg, he'll certainly be flirting with that. Not that he'd be bothered if he gets the win. 2 treble visit. Exceptional standard here in Bristol from our youngsters. It's not very often I'm lost for words, but I'm almost lost for words here. Kaya Basil's won 3 legs on the spin. He's 2 legs away from a place in the final. But who will join Kaya Basil or Christian Ennis? A last leg decider, both on 167. A trebleless visit from Arthur. Clutch moment darts. 97, so 70 required, but 107 going. 88 now. Leaves double 4. Archie Self, though, for the match and a place in the final, with his opponent sat on 8 if he returns after 15 darts. But this is for a 15 darter of his own. Double 16. It's been crisp, and it's crisp once again. And Archie Self, a fist pump. And Arthur Alston congratulates his opponent in great spirit. But Archie Self, what a turnaround. From 3-2 down, managed to hold his throw, was 4-3 down again, pulled it back to 4-all, and then nicked it on the winning line. But a fine performance from both players. It's Archie Self, who was our first player into the final. Who will join him? Kaya Basil's 3-1 up. The final will be coming up a few minutes after the conclusion of that match. Stay with us for what's going to be a fascinating final and a brilliant curtain closer to a brilliant weekend here in Bristol. Stay with us, folks. Welcome back to our final, folks. Event number 8. Fourth and final event of what's been an epic weekend here in Bristol. And what a final we've got. Two of England's finest. These two should be pairing up likely at Gibraltar at the end of the year for England A by being in the top 4 on the order of merit after 20 events. Well, it's all about the present. It's a race to 6 to become event 8 champion. It seems a long time ago that Kaya Basel won event number 1, beating Lewis Cook in a last leg decider. And for Archie, he reached the final of event number 3, losing out 6-1, I believe, to Mitchell Laurie. The second of 4 victories in a row for Mitchell Laurie, that was. And when we talk about highlights of the weekend, what it's been so far, there's been so many to call on. Mitchell Laurie's, of course, record-breaking 4 wins in a row by winning event 5. Ultra special. Event number 6 with Alfie Cook storming to victory. Jaden Walker winning his first Advanced Tour title. Brilliant performance in that final. Macy Gibbons winning back-to-back girls titles with an 80 average again today over Becca Allen. A brilliant Friday night with Paul Nicholson and the JPL. And these two JPL stars are duking it out. Top of the table in the JPL on the Friday night is Archie Self. Maximum points, the only player on maximum points. As we look at a maximum here for Kaya Basel, and a brilliant timely one. As his throw was threatened and is still threatened. Not on this occasion though, and that 180 is set up. Potential 20 or 21 dart holder throw. So lots of race to 6 and his opponent on 58. This is a big double visit. And it's a double 10 visit now. Inside. And it's Archie Self who has the opportunity for the opening leg break. 2 10s. Both players wiping the feet on the doubles. But this is the final and there's so much at stake. So you kind of expect this early before players will settle in. And a bit of board management. 2 for double 4. We've seen a 27 dart holder throw early doors. I'll whisper that one, Kaya, but you did hold your throw. And he's going to have to potentially do that again if Archie Self's to miss these darts, but you wouldn't expect him to miss again, would you? There it goes. A 22 dart breaker throw it is. Archie Self won't matter one bit of how many darts has been thrown. He takes the opening leg and he leads 1-0. As we see, a multiple winner on the Advanced Tour, Archie Self. WDF Lakeside World Champion 2 years ago. JDC Advanced Tour. JDC World number 1. And a second maximum for Kaya Basel. Kaya was down at 26, would you believe, last year on the Advanced Tour. And yet had such a glittering WDF career at senior level. Took over as the youngest ever winner from Luke Littler on the senior tour. That was until Mitchell Laurie came along. But again, as we saw the warm embrace from Kaya Basel and Mitchell Laurie, 2 good pals. Mitchell also wishing Archie the best of luck in the final. So the big fish has an opportunity here. It still has an opportunity. His opponent's not on a finish, but you had to go for that, didn't you, Archie? Of course you did. Just for me, at least. semi-final that we saw Archie Self on regular, and he went the 15 double 16 route. Which way will he go this time? He chooses that option again. He's been prolific on the double 16 in that semi-final victory, and he's prolific again. He's doubled his advantage. And despite all of them missed starts in the opening leg, he's swimming along nicely at 83.5 average. And if you're Kaya Basil, you've had 180 in each leg and you haven't won the leg. Shows the standard of the Advanced Tour. It was a 5-1 victory over Christian Ennis of Northern Ireland in that semi-final. Christian Ennis, who we of course saw whitewash Owen Bryceland, who beat Mitchell Laurie in the round previous. So for Christian Ennis to do that 4-0, and then for Kaya Basil to get the better of Ennis 5-1. And I did speak with Kaya probably the early stages of event number 8, just in passing. And he said he's struggling at the minute with his form. He said his head's not in it at the minute this weekend. But I'm buzzing he's made the final because he's a cracking young lad. Stays on the 19s, and that takes him to the big fish as well. But his throw is under threat here with 222 after 9 darts, and Archie Self in the red bit, looking for a maximum. Oh, great attempt, wasn't it? Takes him down to 102. I'll have a bit of Shanghai on 102 on 17s, but I'm sure Archie will have his own way of going. And he will be back for it because Kaya Basil, unfortunately, not able to take out the first dart on the treble 20. Brings him down to a manageable score. But this is in the wheelhouse of the Berkshire ace. 10 for double 16 for 3-0. 3-0 it is. That double 16 has been an extension of the arm over the recent few games. And it's a double breaker throw. Stamping his authority on this game is Archie Self. As we mentioned, the Junior Power League, which is, of course, the start of the weekend with our 10 players in the boys and 6 in the girls. 8 matches on what is a brilliant Friday night. We have been accompanied recently with Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson. And Archie Self, the only player to win both of these games so far. After 2 weekends here in Bristol, he sits on 4 points. But Kaya Basil on his debut is on 3 points. He's also unbeaten. A 4-all draw in his opening match. That was against Lewis Cook on the opening night. And then he got the best of Lex Passhauser, former JDC World Champion, 5-3 this Friday night. So it keeps him handily poised. Even though finals is a long way off later on in the year. But the action comes thick and fast, remember, because we're back down in Bristol in 2 weeks' time, and I cannot wait. So this has an opportunity to go brilliant darts, double 16, and a 149 checkout. We saw 140 to wrap up a match earlier on from Kaya Basil, and he's took out the 149, and how much was that needed? A breaker throw, and he's back in this contest and back in this final. And again, great sportsmanship from his opponent, a fist pump and a nod of approval. Supreme talent, isn't he, Kaya Basil? Mentioned with Dylan Moss, who's had a very busy weekend as the young Rochdale ace. Been in the commentary box with me. It's been a real pleasure a real knowledgeable youngster. I've enjoyed the company also of Joe Wheeler. Been a great insight into, as we look for a third max there for Kaya Basel, great insight into the academy stuff that's going on in Farringdon for the girls and for the mixed, as well as the international scene, which Joe's involved in. Lola Wheeler, daughter who's reached the semi-finals again today. JPL star. So winners this weekend: Mitchell Laurie event 5, Alfie Cook event 6, Jaden Walker event 7. 4 different winners this weekend. Of course, we had 3 out of 4 for Mitchell Laurie on the opening weekend, and Kaya Basel won the very first event. So he's going for his second event. He currently sits 5th on the order of merit, but he'll move above Jaden Walker in 4th. But I'm not sure whether he'll reach 3rd position following this match. And Archie Self in 10th will certainly move up. So as the table starts to take shape, as we move closer to halfway, that double 16 is never missed, has it, from Archie Self, as he extends his lead once again. And it's a back-to-back breaks of throw. Archie Self leads 4-1 and he's 2 legs away from becoming champion once again. Form is temporary, class is permanent. And this year has been a very solid year from the former JDC World number 1. Archie, you'll certainly be invited back down to Portsmouth for the Motor Super Series. And I'm sure Kaya said that he's going to be down in June, around about the June time on his birthday, for his debut. So we'll certainly look out for that. When you talk about tours, the Advanced Tour, one of the best tours around. And I'm not just saying that through bias eyes, but the standard is incredible. 167 after 9 darts. When you're 2 legs away, there's certainly no winning line-itis going on here, is there? It requires 70 after 12. This is brilliant darts from our England international. Two champions at the hockey. 20 for double 16. Never misses it, does he? He's in there again. He's in there like swimwear. Archie Self 5-1 up and on the hill, 1 leg away from becoming Event 8 champion. So Archie was on the wrong end of a 6-1 scoreline in Event 3. And he could be on the right side of one here. But as the 149 suggested from Kaya Basel in that winning leg, you can't take nothing for granted, because Kaya can rattle through a few legs in a matter of moments. So, but Archie won't take his foot off the gas, we know that. A brilliant display from him. We said how busy of a weekend it's been for Dylan Moss, accompanying me in the commentary box, but that final, 8 legs played between Jaden Walker and Jackie Boy Jack Johnson. He did well to punch the numbers in and keep that game flowing, didn't he? No Woody Wheeler, of course, this weekend. The calculator, the next Kirk Bevins. He helps us out on a Friday night in the JPL, but he's got a big football encounter. A bit like a Sunderland Newcastle match, I'm told, a local derby. But it's great to see the youngsters involved with a bit of commentary. We had a 10-year-old calling the scores out on the JPL. It's brilliant to see, not just on the hockey, but what goes on around the darts. 48 then to become champion. Of course he goes 16, double 16. I nearly fell off my chair. He's missed 2 darts at it. And 2 important darts because they were for the championship. Slightly easier than the 149, but this has got to go, Kaya. Double perhaps? Yes, there's the first. He's a nod behind. The first dart was blocking us, but it looked like he missed that second dart, that final dart, sorry. But back on his favourite double 16. And this time he secures it. A 17 dart breaker throw. Congratulations to Archie Self. He is our Event 8 champion. A 6-1 victory over the ever impressive Kaya Basel. He's Event 1 winner and Event 8 runner-up. Brilliant performance from him and all of our players over the course of the weekend. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm going to take a breath and I'll see you all in a couple of weeks' time. I've been Carl Redden and thank you very much as always for joining us. Wow. See you in a fortnight, everybody.